What do you mean the stream hasn't come up, A squared? It's been up for 5 minutes. Hello, this is stream number 368. And hello, Nui and A squared. I thought for a second of doctoring the uptime to make it look like we'd been up for 5 minutes and then just playing a joke on A squared. And then I would have to I'd have to disable stream elements at some point to be in on the joke, because stream elements would out me for being streaming for only 22 seconds. All right. In fact, that's sort of the end goal of this effort with pub, sub, and webhooks, is to get rid of stream elements so that my bot is the one that knows how long I've been streaming, which is stream start stop from webhooks, and other things like when raids happen, which is from TMI, and when channel points are redeemed, which is through pub sub, that kind of thing. So I'm at least going to do pub sub today. I don't know about webhooks. Webhooks requires that I have a web server able to listen for Twitch, and that means either setting up something like ngrok or actually working on the production server, or at least staging something there that we're going to test with. So I don't know if I'm set up to do webhooks today, but PubSub is all through WebSockets, which I've done many times, so we can do PubSub today. Do the thing with channel points of PubSub. It's interesting. We'll figure it out today too. All right. The question is, did I get stream quality options? Yes, I did. All right. So I can minimize that guy. All right. Well, I did a little bit of work post-stream yesterday to fix those loose ends. And so I also have some indication from the server back to the client, so I know how long the OAuth token the bot has is going to last. And I verified that the refresh actually works, and I haven't done OAuth token validation, but I figured that's sort of lower priority, because if the OAuth token was bad, a whole bunch of stuff is going to break, and I'll know about it anyway. Validating the token is more for having the bot instantly detect if things break, rather than having to wait for me to detect it. But so I have the ability to quickly get an OAuth token now and to revoke it, and so we're probably going to need this for PubSub, but I'm not sure. Test. Yes, you can test the game right now. This is not enabled. You're talking to the bot on production, A squared. This is the bot in test. If I enabled the bot in test, then you get 2 responses in chat. So hold on, wait a minute. Actually, wait about 5 more seconds for the bot. I have like a 10-second startup delay on purpose. Okay, now if we do test, now both of them respond. So I'll disable the one. I always get a little bit nervous when the bot's in 2 instances using the same account. It's probably fine, right? But I don't know, makes me nervous. So PubSub today. Current tasks should say something like, and that was weird. Oh, recently opened. It remembers me opening those. Good thing that I took away all the secrets from that, right? So, reading about Twitch PubSub. We can use some of this in Twitch's documentation. Online. Let's use all the characters. All right. Yep, using this window, Twitch dev. Hey there, Alex Writes Code. How are you doing today? Let's read about Twitch PubSub. Docs. PubSub. PubSub enables you to create subscribe to a topic for updates. It allows backend services like mine to broadcast real-time messages to clients. So, yeah, I always thought that these examples were kind of weird. Instant messaging service? What? I'm wondering if they copied that from some boilerplate. Anyway, on application load, we get a complete snapshot of the state of whatever we want to subscribe to. And this connection, we use the connection to receive updates. So it's pretty much the same as my game's subscription system. When a client subscribes to some aspect of the game, we get an instant snapshot of the current state, and then we get, as they happen, updates on the connection. They're lacking. Testing and browsing the forums are more useful. Well, we'll see what we can do. Yeah, updates act as diffs to the initial state. So this is pretty much the same design that my game has for subscriptions. So we establish a WebSocket connection to the server. We listen on topics we care about and get messages on those topics in real time. Each command message between the client and server is a JSON string encapsulated in one WebSocket frame. Isn't that familiar? This is exactly the same as my design. So it shouldn't be that foreign. It shouldn't be that different. Okay. But JSON messages differ depending on the type. So they actually use the same kind of scheme I do. They use the type, and then the type is always a string. All right, so terminology. This is important to get set down. I guess we are the client, end user session of the Twitch app, or third-party integration. Yeah, that's us. Command is an action that a client issues to the server, which modifies the state of the client connection. Okay, message, piece of data that we're interested in. No, piece of data which is broadcast to interested clients. PubSub never inspects or mutates messages. That's a strange thing to say. Okay. A server is a Twitch machine that's clients connecting for PubSub service. Okay. Topics is also called an event. Local partition of messages that clients may subscribe to get messages. Fine. Okay, so here is the endpoint. To keep the server from closing, the clients must send a ping command, which is different from the WebSocket ping, apparently. It's an actual text message with a JSON body where the type is ping. We have to send it every 5 minutes. Okay, so we're obviously going to have to do that in our worker thread. If we don't receive a pong within 10 seconds of issuing a ping, we should reconnect to the server. That's fine. Yeah. Ping. There was a ping before when we were first getting the bot to work, but then I removed it. I can add it back if you want. That's not a problem. We can add it back. Ping. Mr. Destructoid. Pong. Let's make it a VIP and up command. There we go. Let's test it. Hey there, Rusubaka. I was going to let A-Squared test it. I'm not going to do the command. We'll let A-Squared do it again. There we go. So VIPs and up can get a pong from the bot. All right. So I find this weird because WebSockets have their own built-in ping mechanism. We must listen on a topic within 15 seconds or we'll be disconnected. That's fine. May receive a reconnect at any time. That means we should reconnect. So our reconnect logic that we do, if we don't get a pong, we'll just do it again if we receive a reconnect. And it's very, very simple. Any connection failures. You should first establish a new successful WebSocket connection, then issue a listen command that contains a set of topics. Wait a minute. First implies that there's a second. Where's the second? It's meant to keep people from just idly holding the connection, I guess. But that's the whole point of a WebSocket, is to keep it idle. I mean, you're basically listening for events, right? So why would they care? I don't know. If client fails to connect, I mean, my game has the same thing. You have to identify yourself to my game within a few seconds, otherwise you get disconnected. Yeah, this is probably just to avoid problems with like probing services, which just go out and try to connect to WebSockets everywhere from holding up resources, right? Hey there, Aiden Garth. You're here, but you're not. Well, technically, you're not here, because only I'm here and my family. And hey there, Newibot. So yeah, technically you're not here, but you're wherever you are, of course. Okay, if we fail to connect, we should reconnect using an exponential backoff. Fair enough. their client initially waits 1 second plus a small random jitter to retry and doubles the backoff period up to a maximum backoff threshold of 2 minutes. Okay, I mean we can do that. Client. If a client uses timers, it should have a small random jitter, prevent situation many client. I mean that makes sense. It's like to prevent stampedes. After a client reconnects, some applications should fetch fresh state to compensate for any missed messages. Chat fetches the bits leaderboard and reconnect in case the leaderboard receives an update. I mean, that's fine. So we could do the same thing for like if we're interested in something that we can get through the API, we would just go to the API to get it at first. Okay, we can listen up to 50 topics at once. Wow. I can have up to 10 simultaneous connections per client IP address. Okay. Client establishes a connection, can listen on topics it cares about, can listen on many topics at once, add new topics at any time. You can unlisten to stop receiving stuff about a topic. So, topics, bits. 2 different versions of bits. Badge notification. If someone earns a badge, okay. Channel points redemption. So I'm definitely going to try channel points redemption today. We'll probably make a very cheap or free one that we can play around with. Channel subscription. If a moderator performs an action in chat, I have no idea what that means other than maybe a ban or timeout or something. Anyone whispers some user. I'm assuming that it's whispering the user who owns the OAuth token. You can't do 0 points. The min is 1. Well, the 1 is really easy to get. It's free for me, so I can make it 100 million points and it's still free for me. Okay. The channel bits events is deprecated. They don't even document it. There's bits dash events. Is that the same thing? This must be an undocumented thing. So there are 2 undocumented topics that we can't get anything about. Is this exhaustive list? Because, yeah, that's weird. It makes me think that there are probably other topics that we don't know about. And about these scopes, I'll probably need to update the list of scopes that my bot gets in order to, like, I don't have that scope on my bot right now. I probably will need to add that. And I don't have that either. Is that even an OAuth scope? Channel subscriptions? I guess we can add it and see. All right. Okay, here's an example. Listen. Type listen. There's a nonce. Why do we have a nonce? Oh, to link responses with requests. Got it. Mod actions are bans, timeouts, adding or removing blacklisted words, or permitting messages containing blacklisted words. Okay. So, I guess I would want that eventually if the bot needs to track who's been banned and timed out and stuff like that. My stream helper does that, but it can see the ban through a Twitch messaging. Okay, yeah, I think we'll use the nonces. Number used once, right? To link requests with replies. All right. Where do we authenticate? Oh, auth token. Do we have to authenticate on every listen? Interesting. Oh, right. They say, like I was wondering a moment ago, if the topic is about bits or whispers, we use the token to see who it's linked, which channel it's linked for. That means I can't use the bot's token. I have to use mine. I had to use one of mine. Okay, that complicates things. That means I need the bot to have more than one token. I need it to have a token for its account when it's in chat, but it should have a token for me for everything else in PubSub, right? because it uses the token to see which channel. Then why did they repeat the channel ID? That's weird. I guess it's redundant. You have to say the channel ID, and then they check to make sure that the OAuth token is for the same user. That's weird. Okay, and I guess that's why they have a bad auth error. Where did they? Where did I see that? Right here, bad auth. I guess that's if the token is bad or it's the wrong user. You can listen on anyone's channel. I mean, we can try it out. I can try to see how much I can do with the bot's OAuth token. Like maybe since my bot account is a mod in my channel, it can still do the channel points and channel subs. I don't know. Maybe not channel subs. But yeah, I guess eventually I'd probably want to give a bot a token for my account. I would just need to alter the way I get tokens to specify what the usage of the token is for, whether it's for the bot to talk in its own behalf or to use my account for PubSub. And for now, I can actually generate them with the implicit flow and set them as credentials, so I have a manual way to set a second token anyway. All right. So we get back in every response, type, data, topic, and message are in the data. Okay. Okay. Got it. Oh, is this about the bits message or is this in general? It's still in general, right? Okay. Oh no, they're listing every kind of event now. Where's the channel points one? That one's relatively new, right? Here we go. All this stuff that we don't even need. Should redemption skip request queue? I didn't even know you could do that. I knew about these other things. In stock, paused or enabled, yeah. Alright. JSON spams, exactly. Hey there, really frank. We're being really frank here in the documentation. Cat hair in my mouth. Ugh. Example, okay, these are just example messages. Alright. Feels this, Feedback. Should I press the button? No. Okay, fair enough. So we're going to let's see what we can do with a token I have. We can do this purely in the client, can't we? I don't even need to do this in the server to start with. Would it be better to do it in JavaScript just to play around? I would need to give the JavaScript app a token though. And I'm nervous about doing that. I'd rather it be on this server. I could put it in the server and just have it go. Yeah. I'll put it in the server and I'll have it show channel point messages. To start with, and we'll see what we can do. See if we actually need a custom an OAuth token from my account or not. All right. I think I know what to do. So, establishing the code to operate a Twitch PubSub WebSocket, or just Twitch PubSub connection. All right. We'll put it in the golem again. But I think I'm going to have a new test for it. So like I had for credentials, let me have a new unit test here called PubSub. PubSub. That have to do with the handling of Twitch pub/sub connections. Or well, let me redo this. They have to do with integrating with Twitch's PubSub facilities? Application? Facilities. Whatever. Okay. That should just be new credentials file. That I don't care about. So we're not really going to care about the token, but it should be set up for all the tests, right? So I might as well, instead of destroying the new credentials file, we should just set one up that has an OAuth token in it. So write JSON to file, JSON object to the new credentials file instead of destroying it. And this needs to have Twitch, which is another JSON object. Cannot listen to your bits event using your personal auth, but you're not a mod, so we'll see. Maybe a mod can. I don't know. I might just have to give the bot a token for my account for PubSub. What did I do wrong there? What? Is this just it's just IntelliSense being weird. It's not really a bug. Okay, what's the first test gonna be? Let's just delete all this stuff. Connect, I guess. Do we don't order the channel to do anything? Okay. Bummer. Okay, I need to add this to the make file. It's the right folder. Yeah, alright. Right here. Pub sub. Okay. Build. Pretty sure that's an IntelliSense confusion. Maybe not. Oh, it wants the credential file first? Yep. That would be why. Okay. So it was correct all along. It's telling me the types were wrong because they should be switched around. All right. Let me go back to the credentials test just to pick out one of the first tests here. Hold on a second, I got something in my eye. Just... yeah, got it. All right. Had something in my eye. Okay, okay, well, what do I want here? Let me just grab this. There we go. So I don't have to type all that boilerplate. So arrange, well, hold on. The connect is sort of a byproduct of the act, right? Or do we want to only do it when the golem is enabled? Yeah, I think I only want to do it when the golem's enabled, because if I do it all the time, then even when I'm running and testing other things, it'll be interacting with pub/sub when I don't want it to. So that means I probably want in the common setup to enable it. So let me go to where we did that in the tests. This stuff here. We want to enable, yeah. Enable the golem. And it's going to also attempt to connect to IRC. I wonder if my other tests are going to get screwed up because of how we detect connections. It probably will screw things up. Okay, so a lot of like these tests will detect that we make an outgoing web connection. They're going to break because we're going to always be making outgoing web connections. These things. Whenever we have this mock WebGate send request context, how often do we do that? 128 times. Huh. So how can I avoid breaking all these tests? Where do we actually set this stuff up? Let's see. Common here. Oh, wow. Yeah, it's used for Google CAPTCHA too. I know what I can have a separate enable for the chatbot and the pub/sub, and then we can just turn one on and the other one leave it off. Hey there, CloudHawk, how are you doing? Hi. Just getting started. Like the current task says, establishing the code to do pub/sub with Twitch. Okay, let me look at the configuration. Right, there's a separate enable for TMI. The question is, if that's false, does the bot even connect to Twitch at all? It might connect to Twitch, but stay out of every channel. In that case, I might want another enabled just for TMI. Basically split this in, like, maybe this would be TMI enabled, and then pub/sub enabled. At which point I can just maybe remove the word enabled and just do that. Something like that, maybe. Let me look and see if if I did it right, then it should actually it might just join the channel anyway, even if that's false. Oh, also this isn't a separate Twitch thing, because that's the overall outside service enable. This is for Twitch, so it probably would. I should probably put it at this level: TMI, pub/sub, etc. Okay, let me look at Golem. The Golem enabled. Okay, here's where we look at the channel enable. And that's an update channel membership. Here's if the overall enable is on. And that gates all work while enabled, which is pretty much everything except for we can still disconnect from chat if the enable gets turned to false, and we still do OAuth token refreshes, which makes sense. We want to have this token set up before we enable anything. Okay, yeah, and certain commands are gated on, we have to be enabled. Yeah, it only announces point changes if it's actually connected to chat. That makes sense. Link account. Okay, this update channel membership, where does that get called? Work when connected. Okay, so it's only when connected to TMI. Which means that if we are connected to TMI, it's because we were enabled. Active. What's this work when active? Twitch active. When does that get set? That gets set... Oh. I see. That gets set once we connect to TMI, and we connect to TMI if we're inactive when enabled. Okay, so then I need to maybe modify this a little bit more to add another gate. Otherwise, we're going to have TMI and PubSub on at the same time. And that would make the test really complicated. So let me update the current task to say this. So before we do that, we're going to add a config option to allow the game to connect. Well, adding a config option to separately enable TMI and other Twitch services. Twitch into integrations is too long. And other Twitch features. There we go. I guess we can add them all at the same time, right? Adding config options to separately enable TMI and other Twitch features. So again, TMI stands for Twitch Messaging Interface. It's the chat, which is an IRC-like protocol where you where chat happens. Okay, so I'm going to want to go to the configuration, just add it to establish the shape. Hey there, development. How are you today? I think I want to do like I was saying before. I want to add like TMI and PubSub and webhooks as separate flags here, and then the overall enable. Do I even need that anymore? Because these collected together could be considered, if any of them is true, then we're enabled, right? I guess it's simpler to keep this one. That way I can turn everything off at once. And these turn individual things on and off. Actually, I don't know. It wouldn't be too hard to see if they're all false, then that's false. If any are true, then that's true, and then get rid of this one. Yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna do. So we'll remove the golem enabled. It's replaced by separate enables for TMI, PubSub, and webhooks. So I got to do this in a couple more places, right? In the actual test environment, I'll keep the old enable in and add the new ones. So let me do that right now before I forget. So this is the production environment. Let's go to the test environment and go to the configuration, download it, which I can now show in the editor because there are no secrets here anymore. Golem, where are you? Right here. Okay, so I'm going to copy these 3 new flags in here, and they're all going to be false, but I'm going to keep this one for now because the current code looks for it there. Alright, and then I'm going to go back to the game and upload it again. I'd rather just drag and drop it if that's okay. Okay, I got too many files in my download folder. It takes a long time to sort it. It would be config. Oh, there it is. I got 49 config files in my downloads folder. It was 49, right? Yep. Oh, and the sorting just finished. Okay, there it is. Found the file. Just need to drag it in there now. Upload. Let me download to verify. Version 50. Okay, so they just got sorted. Sounds good. Control A and delete. It should. But then I might lose something that, yeah, I'm a hoarder, I guess. I'm a digital hoarder. The fear of losing things is too great. Okay, so I should retroactively go back and Everywhere we have golem enable, so maybe enabled. I need to go change them potentially. Actually, not too many places, only 15 places. That's still the per channel enable. That's the channel enabled. There's the main golem enabled. So let me just make that Twitch TMI for now. Hold on, no. We want to combine the flags here, right? Maybe work with enabled, I should just collapse. And this becomes the TMI stuff, maybe. Yeah. You still have the memory that they were once there, yeah. And it's like, what did I lose by deleting everything? Yeah, I guess I don't really need this. I don't really need the concept of a global enable. These can just be different services. So it would be like Golem Twitch enabled. And let me Twitch TMI, right? And then I would change this, right? Work when enabled. We'll just rename that. Work TMI work. Process TMI. TMI work. Yeah. Hey there, cat peasant. Where's the cat lord? And I think I'm going to prefix these with TMI. TMI work when active, TMI work when inactive. At the cat castle, I see. Well, I'm a cat person, so I'm all for both cat lords and cat peasants. Cat castles sound awesome, actually. All right, TMI work is there. Do I need to change these? Yeah. Perform any work the golem should do when TMI interaction is enabled. And where's inactive? Here we go. Perform any work the golem should do when TMI interaction is not active. It's made of old Amazon boxes. I know how that goes. Yeah, my cat like can't resist stepping in them. Also, you just put a blank sheet of white paper on the ground. It's like a cat magnet and a cat trap all built into one. It's like remarkable. This is sitting in the wrong spot. Do I relocate it? Perform any work that... Actually, I think I just want to rename this one too. Because that's also when connected to chat, right? TMI work when connected. Perform any work the golem should do when connected to Twitch chat. There we go. All right. So then, trace this back. So I just need to go to the places where in the test we fiddle with this enabled flag, right? Right here. So this would move to here and be TMI. And while we're at it, we'll add the other two ones that we're going to want in the future. Pub, sub, and webhooks. That's what I named them, right? Pub, sub, webhooks. Yes. All right. And then in here where we turn them on, this is where I got to make it Twitch TMI. Let's just put that into the clipboard. And then right here's where we turn it off. And again, we turn it off here in this test. And there's where I turn on individual channels on and off. That's fine. And then this setup is the pub sub one, so I don't really need to care about this one, right? We just want to make sure that the pub sub is not enabled to begin with. Okay, let me build this and make sure I didn't break anything. Then that means I have a separate pub sub enabled to work with, which is good. Makes me think I should also break the golem up into sub parts as well. I think I can do that because the golem has 2 files already. It's got where is it? CPP and an HPP. The HPP could be common. We could break this up into a subdirectory of different functions. It's already a big file anyway, so I don't want to make it even worse. I think I'm going to do that. So, okay, we built it. Let's run the golem tests, I guess. Find me tests. You know what I found out a couple days ago? There's an actual, like, role-playing game out there that's been out there forever called Realm Server, and I had no idea. It's a good thing Realm Server for me is just an internal name. Otherwise, there'd be a name conflict. Okay, I must have broken it. Yeah. Well, it's interesting that they're not all breaking. Only some of them are breaking. Oh, wait. These ones specifically have other enable things. Right? How come I'm not seeing them? It was like on gift channel points, right? How come that's not coming up in the search results? Oh, it is. It's right there. I just skipped right over it. Do I mean Minecraft? Oh, no, I mean there's a game called Realm Server. Realm Server. This one. The Realm Online. Apparently this game has been out forever. And it's called realmserver.com. Yeah, it's been out so long. Do we see... originally launched in 1998. There you go. So, yeah, I had no idea this game existed. Hey there, Rally Monkey. Yeah. And I learned about it on someone else's Twitch channel. They're like, yeah, I used to play this game called Realm Server. I'm like, oh, Realm Server, like stuck in my head because I use that name all the time. It's the internal name for my game server. All right, so here I need to change these two, right? These have to be Twitch TMI. And then there was one more, this one. So that's the get points and link account commands, which makes sense that those are the tests that broke. So let's run them again. So I'll make this a separate check-in because this is just separating out the enables for different Twitch services. It means Twitch messaging interface. Because Twitch uses that term themselves, if you just search for Twitch TMI, you'll get to, in their guide, they talk about tmi.twitch.tv, right, is their identity inside the protocol. And they also talk about the TMI library at some point. What was that in Getting Started, I think? They talk about how their example uses tmi.js, I think. twitchapps.com/TMI. So TMI is just a reference. Yeah, TMI.js. So I just come to understand that TMI is Twitch messaging interface, which is the chat interface. So that's what we mean. Not too much information. Twitch messaging interface. Okay, so I'm going to make this a separate check-in. Just notice that WASD can be used to move your character. It's been there since the beginning, Rally Monkey. You didn't notice that? Yeah, I made both WASD and the arrows move your character. You might not have known because it wasn't shown on screen anywhere, and it's sort of like the arrows were implied. But yeah, I like using WASD because I can use those keys with my left hand while I use my right hand for the mouse. Whereas if I use the arrows, I find myself my left hand is like scrunched over to the right because that's where the arrows are on the keyboard. And so for me, it's always more comfortable to use WASD for movement in games. And most games support it. I'm just trying to separate here the TMI versus the pub/sub stuff. Because I started doing both and I wasn't careful enough. So not that. Technically what I should do is add just that. And then I can add that in a different commit. I can stage all of that. Just that line and this line only. So the pub/sub stuff with webhooks are these, right? Okay, so move, rename. Well, okay. Rename and move the configuration option used to disable the Twitch chat integrations. In order to make way for other Twitch integration enables. So, summary of that. Move setting for enabling a Twitch TMI interaction. Okay. That's out of the way. I can go back to what this did say. Establishing the code to operate Twitch pub/sub connection. All right, so we're going to pub/sub CPP here. So connect, we can test by I'm just thinking most tests are going to want this to be true, right? Except for the connect. So maybe it should be true except for this test, which makes it false to begin with. Or I can have a helper that does it. That's probably what I'll do. I'll have a helper that turns it on and waits for it to connect. So the connect will do it manually here, which is to, we want the server to be running already. And we want it to evaluate these settings. So I need to do coordinator, because the setting is evaluated in the worker thread. We want to wait for one loop of the worker thread. Then I want to turn it on and wait again. So turn that to true and then wait. And then what should happen is it should make an outgoing WebSocket connection. Okay, so that is kind of like what we did in the messaging test, right? When one server connects to another. How did that work, actually? It's private connections between these guys, right? I never did update these names. I thought I did, but I obviously didn't. Oh, the WebGate handles them separately. Connection requests. Are those incoming connection requests? No, those are either direction. And they're mocked, okay. Maybe we'll reuse that. Yeah, because the only thing different between connecting to other game servers and connecting to pub/sub is the host is different, right? It's still a WSS, right? Where's my pub sub list? Yeah, here it is. Yeah, it's still WSS. Okay. All right. Actually, that makes it not so bad. Oh, the other thing we should do in this test is this should we should mobilize as leader and notify server caught up, because only the leader is allowed to integrate with Twitch in the first place. We don't need to worry about follower stuff because followers never talk to Twitch at all. Okay. I'm looking for the outgoing request stuff. I guess this is it, right? Connection requests, right? What about incoming requests? I need to look at this. Where is this where is this updated? Search for that, please. Right, when the WebGate is asked to make a connection, we update it. What about when we receive a connection? Where's the receive connection stuff? It's going to be here in mock WebGate somewhere. I thought it would be. What's it? Where does this make connection? Yeah. Okay. So how do? Oh, it's this WebSocket delegate. That's what it is. Okay. That's how we receive connections. Yes. I need to go back to the common file and I need to search for that. Got it. Okay, so it's this WebSocket delegate. Add connection, that's what it is. We set up a pretend connection and we just say, hey, WebSocket delegate, we just got an incoming connection. So that I won't need at all for PubSub, but for webhooks I'll need something similar, but it won't be a WebSocket, it'll just be an ordinary connection, right? Okay, not think too far ahead. I will use the make connection then. So let's find a test where I did that. That was, oh, I'm in the wrong place. Where do I want to look again? Let me get oriented here. How come I don't remember this at all? Oh, this is in Discord. Right, I never really got far with Discord. I should come back to that. I got kind of stuck in Discord, kind of painted myself in a corner, so to speak. I am going to need to go redo that. How come I'm not seeing make connection used anywhere else? Oh, because the unit under test calls it. Where I'm supposed to be looking at connection requests, not make connection. There we go. You have Wicked Flare now? You feel like a badass? How did you get Wicked Flare? Oh, Wicked Flail. You got the flail now, huh? Have you beaten the game? I suppose. Or I could say the challenge is to get to level 10. Which is practically impossible. Because of the ruthless progression curve. You need, how many zeros is that? That's millions, that's you need 1 trillion experience points to get to level 10. So, that would probably be the end of the game, if you manage to get 1 trillion experience points. I think it just needs to be this simple, right? I need to wait until a connection is established. And then make sure it's going out to TMI, right? So let's grab this stuff. Does it matter about the time? I don't even remember why I had a 10-second delay for connecting to Twitch. I don't think I need such a thing for PubSub, do I? So let's just say it's going to connect immediately. PubSub. Okay. So the assert would be that that it receives that the coordinator makes an outgoing connection, and that the address matches what's in here. Pubsub edge.twitch.tv. And the port is 443. Alright. Challenge accepted. Hey there, Grumpy Game Dev. You're gonna get even more grumpy when you try to get to level 10. You've been able to use WASI since day 1. Yeah, well, day 1 of the front end existing, yeah. I wonder, does PubSub actually send anything when you connect? Like, did they send a hello message or something? I'm guessing they don't. They just wait for you to listen to something, right? So should I just program that in here, that after connecting, now we're going to wait for... Actually, this should be enough, just to get the ball rolling, right? Need to go grind more? I wonder how well does the client work on mobile? It doesn't work very well at all. If you sub to something that's depending on the quality of service, they wait for a listen, yeah. Yeah, I'm just wondering, do they say hello or anything in some random message, or is it just silent? For my game, when you connect, it's silent because it's waiting for you to send a message to say who you are. So they're probably doing the same thing. Anyway, this will fail because we're not making a connection. Oh, wait a minute. It did make an outgoing. Who's it connecting to? I thought I turned off the outgoing connections. Maybe I did. Oh, I didn't. Yeah, we need to do that. It's going to try to connect to its peers right now. I need to prevent that. We did that in credentials test, right? Yeah, this thing. Max connections is 0. Hold on, is that right? That limits the web gate. I don't think that's what I want, actually. This will, whoops, this will limit it at the web gate. Yeah. I think I actually want to program the web gate to drop connections that are going to the wrong place. So I need to modify this mock a little bit. What if we have something where it filters by host? That'll work, right? So I want a method here, I guess. Void filter host. Const host filter. Host allowed. Mock webgate. We're just going to store it, right? Host, this host allowed is host allowed. And then spell this correctly. Can put it here, I guess. And then we'll just modify this make connection so that if there is a filter set up. So, hold on, we'll do it this way. If that is true, or not host allowed empty, and host allowed is And host is not equal to host allowed. Right, and so then in pub/sub, we just set up here mock webgate. I don't even really need a method, do I? I can just set it directly. So take that back. I don't need this filter host. I don't need that. I can just set it directly because it's a public thing. So I set that to Twitch's pub/sub edge, like that. There we go. You guys heard the dish clattering noise from the kitchen? Yeah, not much I can do to avoid that other than tell the family to shut up. Now that you've been using C++ the last 2 weeks, you find you type const a lot or replaces static? Well, in JavaScript, there's the same habit you can form. Const is just a good thing for no cost, really. Well, the overhead, I guess. Hey there, Red Sky 1. Look at that golem emote. I love it. At the cost of typing 6 extra characters, the CONST space, you get extra protection when the compiler is looking at your code to make sure that you're not modifying variables you never intended to modify. That's the main thing. I think that, especially if you get it as a habit, it's worth the cost. So let's run this. It should fail for the right reason now. Yeah. So it failed because of the weight. So I don't like the way that looks. So I'm just going to rewrite this to be that we assert true, that it equals ready. And then it will just say that it was false instead of true. Run. Yeah. Okay, so it didn't connect to pub/sub. No surprise there. Let's change that. I'm going to declare some functions that will be TMI specific. I mean, that will be pub/sub specific, kind of like the TMI one. So should I break it up the same kind of way? Why not, right? So this will be instead of TMI, it'll be pub/sub. Perform any work the golem should do when pub/sub interaction is enabled. Active. Active will mean that what? Actually, there doesn't need to be a difference. It's enabled or not. And if it's enabled, then it depends on if we're connected or not. Should do when connected to Twitch pub/sub. We'll have like okay, I'm thinking too far ahead. Pub/sub interaction is not, so I don't need that then, right? So we're either connected or we're not. So I just need these two. Do I need the now? I think I do because that is going to be used for timers and such. There we go. We'll do this. Does Chris know about this bug? Let's see. What is it? Oh, the comma thing? I think so. I don't just think he hasn't deployed the fix yet, but I told him about the comma space problem, and he went through the templates that he uses, and he found like 2 or 3 of them where he was missing the comma, and I watched him fix it. But so either one of 2 things: either this particular one he missed, or he got it and he just hasn't deployed the update. It's one or the other. You actually are drinking coffee? How coincidental. HTTP is, for C++, it's a naming convention that I use. Because we're including header files that can only be parsed by a C++ compiler, I like to name my header files .hpp to signify that they only should be included in a C++ program, versus if a header file could be used by a C program as well as C++, then I would just name it something .h. So it's just a naming convention. The precompiler or the preprocessor for the compilers for both C and C++ use the same convention of pound include. And for C++, you can also include C headers. Like, where's an example where I've done that once? Like standard def.h is a C header, but we're including it from C++. So because of the fact that there's a lot in common between C and C++, I try to make this distinction so that I know that that's a C only header. This is a C++, or this is a C and C++ header. This is a C++ only header. And that's by the naming convention. So that's all it is. All right, I want to give these functions a home, but I'm going to make a new file for this. So let's just let's just make a new file. I'm going to call it golem. I should make a directory called golem, shouldn't I? And in that directory, I should make pub sub. And I will just copy some of the boilerplate that I normally have. This is golem/pub sub. Should I be complete here? Coordinator? Let's just call it pub sub. This contains the implementation of the portion of the golem. It should be class, not structure. Actually, it is a structure, which interacts with Twitch's pub sub system. Copyright this year. Where is the include of our header? It's conspicuously missing. Shouldn't we be including our own header? I think we should. I bet it's included indirectly, but yeah, we should be doing that, right? And that means I should be doing it here, but it's one directory up. And then if we have an anonymous namespace, we'll do that. But right now, I'm just going to add the minimum that I need, which is that, and then pull in the implementation of that, and we're done, right? We're done. We can go home. Hey there, C17R. So let me also say hi to Mudribbit. Hello. Everything's going well here. I'm a little tired today again. Stayed up too late playing Minecraft. And ASDF GHJKL 4242. Hello. Nice name, by the way. And C17R greetings program. Greetings program. Greetings C17R coordinator golem. I should probably take a moment to explain from the very top level what the heck I'm doing and who I am. So, if you haven't seen my stream before, there's a link that my bot will graciously hand out to you. That is a stream introduction. I have been working on this game for over a year now. It is online. It is an RPG. It looks kind of like this. Let me show you what a non-admin would see. So, you can navigate through a virtual world. There are enemies to fight, treasure to find, items to use. I'm the game master in this connection, so I can turn off vision restrictions and just be able to see through walls. I can walk through walls, that kind of thing. But the game is also integrated with Twitch. So like you saw there, when I typed commands, my game actually responded with some pre-recorded command results. So that's the golem is what I call the part of my game that integrates with other services. And right now it's just Twitch, but probably in the future it'll also be Discord and Twitter and other things, right? The main thing it does is it responds to pre-recorded commands, so like other bots would do. But a few other things it'll do is if you're in game and a VIP or above in my channel says something, it'll actually echo it in game. Also, the golem handles a little bit of the reward system of the game. So if you help out on my channel, you get points, and so those points show up for for you in game if you're linked to Twitch. So here I have 14 points that we were testing with. And so today I'm working on adding, in addition to the chat, we're adding another part of the golem which connects to the pub sub system in Twitch, which will let the golem know about bit events, channel point redemptions, and subscriptions. And then for things like new follower alerts and when the stream starts and stops, we're going to use webhooks, which is another separate API. Go left, hit monster. That would be if you wanted to completely control your character through Twitch chat, which would be extremely tedious. But, you know, we could have something where maybe you control a monster's AI with just general, like, mode selections. You could say, like, /rampage / attack really frank, you know, that kind of thing. Pursue really frank. Surrender. Explode. We could have a monster controlled by chat where you just give general AI commands and it would just do whatever. That could actually be something we could do in like a raid event. For example, a raid event might spawn a special monster that chat could control, and it would just go on a rampage controlled by chat. Like, not precisely like go up, go left, go down, go right, but more like you would control its mood and its target, perhaps. And I could actually even... My intent is to show some of this as a stream overlay. And so that as the raid happens or whatever, and you're controlling something in-game, you would see a copy of the game over in my overlay, no matter what I'm doing. And then anyone who happens to be playing the game would be forced to interact with that as a world event of some kind. So that's the kind of thing I'm trying to get at with this golem. It's going to connect the game into Twitch and other services. And today's pub sub stuff is mostly the thing I'm mostly interested in is the channel points. Although it would be nice to like use bits and sub events so I can not need to use stream elements anymore. That would be nice. So the first step of talking to Twitch pub sub is to connect to it. So that's what these functions are going to do. That I need to hook into the main loop, so to speak, of the golem, which is this TMI work. Right. So there's a golem work. This is called like once every tick. I think it's every 50 milliseconds or something like that. So 20 times a second, it's going to say, well, if we're the leader of the game server cluster, then we're doing some administrative stuff with our OAuth tokens. And then if we're connected to TMI, go do it. So now I'm going to add another section here. Although that return is problematic, right? Do I need that return, or can we just do this always? Maybe we can do that always. There was a reason that return needed to be there. What was it? Oh, I think it's if... this should be if that's false. Or we're not the leader. So I can actually... if I remove that return, then this becomes if not is leader or not this one. Let's pull this out. Const TMI enabled is that auto. And then this would be if TMI enabled. So if not that or not that, and this other set of conditions. So if we're either no longer the leader or no longer enable TMI, and we happen to be connected or connecting to TMI, where we should disconnect. Okay, so this is the let's add a comment here. If we were connected or connecting to Twitch chat, and we're either no longer the cluster leader or not enabled to talk in chat, to interact in chat, leave chat and disconnect. Okay, so this should be, hold on. This one I shouldn't do here, should I? That early return? Yeah, that's only to prevent this. Hold on, then, that ought to be moved, shouldn't it? Yeah, if we're disconnecting, we're waiting. Oh, right. I wanted to have, if that is true, we don't want to do TMI work. So, then I suppose I would do this if enabled and not disconnecting. Disconnecting. And then I have to have another one down here, right? And not disconnecting. Yep. So this is all getting stuff out of our configuration and current state. So sure, we can put a comment here. Read settings from our configuration and state. What are you saying on? Oh, on that. It's just I have a funny style sometimes, how I do the continuation. What are you trying to tell me with 1268? That's not a problem, is it? Hey there, 715-209. And hey there, drink vodka, play Dotka. I kind of like that name. Smack in the box, how are you today? Yeah, I haven't deployed stuff. I haven't deployed my game in a while, actually. So what's in the production server is a little bit behind. It should be fixed you to refresh it. That's what he told me. What were we talking about? I'm missing some of the conversation. Anyway, this, what do I want to say about this? Only interact with Twitch if we're the leader of the cluster. Comma space. Do I have a weird comma space somewhere? I don't see any problem. Let's see if the compiler sees something. Okay, there is a problem. It's down here somewhere. Aha. So you guys have found a syntax error, and I did not see it. And it's weird that it would be all the way down here that we see the problem. All right. Oh, you're saying you find the you're seeing the problem in the chat overlay. Yeah, yeah, Chris just never deployed it. Anyway, I got confused. I thought you were talking about my code. But I do have some kind of parsing error here somewhere. I just don't see it yet. It gets all the way down to here and complains. Oh, thank you for that follow. It's actually saying this is incompatible with the declaration in the header file. Why would it say that? I think I might know why. I think this header file doesn't include everything it needs to. Oh, thank you for that follow. Okay, what was that error again? F8. There we go. This WebSocket context is declared where? Coordinator impl. Okay, so that actually needs to be in here. // What? What? I'm confused. Two levels up? No. No, it was correct the first time. Yeah, that's what it was. So there was a missing include. So when I added this top include, and it would include this file, the header file used this type before it was declared. So now we made sure we pull in the declaration. Okay, so we're good. We're all good here. Go back to the work function. All right, read our settings, interact with, so we have the TMI, and I want to add the pub sub now. So thinking of getting a webcam for general use, I would recommend the C920, but good luck finding one, Rally Monkey. They are out of stock everywhere, and you can buy them from a reseller through Amazon, but it'll be 5 times the normal price right now. I believe it's because of all the stay-at-home work from home. Good webcams are almost impossible to find right now. But yeah, once things cool down and there's more supply, the Logitech C920 is like pretty good choice. The next level up from that would be what I've heard from other streamers is just to go with the DSLR camera, like Sony Alpha or something like that. And you can't get it for $100 or less. $100 or less, you'll get a crappy webcam. So if you want a decent webcam, nowadays it's going to be $250. Or well, I guess if you aggressively found like the lowest price, maybe $200 or $150. Normally they're like $60 before the pandemic. Now they're like really, really expensive. Move to the Netherlands, you can get it for a decent price. Yeah, well, in the US, the prices were ridiculous because of the pandemic. Okay, I think I just want to do the same thing here, right? If pub sub enabled, I don't need to worry about disconnecting, right? It's pub sub work. So we'll just shorten this a little bit. Go to this, and so we're either going to have a WebSocket or we won't, right? Let's make some variables for PubSub. We're going to need WebSocket. WebSocket's WebSocket. And I need to place that somewhere. Thank you for that follow. I appreciate it. To wait 45 days for it to be shipped. Here's where all the... Okay, here we go. Right here. Standard shared pointer to a WebSocket's WebSocket. Do I need it to be a shared pointer? I need to look at the WebGate. Make connection. Oh, it's in here. It is a shared pointer. Okay. PubSub. All right. So this is the WebSocket used to interact with Twitch's PubSub system. All right. So very easy. If PubSub else, so the else we're going to connect, right? There should also be, hold on. This is too simple, right? There should be something down here where, Yeah, we should disconnect from PubSub. We'll test that later. Disconnect from PubSub if we're connected and shouldn't be. We'll do that later. So if we're not, so the only thing I need to test right now is if we don't have a PubSub connection, we want to get one. So that would be to go to messaging, right? How come you're not helping me with the suggestions? It should be impl make an WebSocket. Really? Impl arrow. No suggestions. You know, you suck, computer. Reload the window. I think it's the IntelliSense just gets confused. Oh, wait a minute. I know why. It was sort of hinting at it with the blue line up here. I never added that to the makefile. That would explain it. So I need to add that to the outer makefile here. Where's Golem? Right here. So there's now a Golem subdirectory. So put that here. Pub_sub.cpp. There. Hey there, Rylex. Yeah, we're doing PubSub today. Android as a webcam? Interesting. Yeah, the Sony Alpha is what I have started thinking about upgrading to. Because CM Griffin uses one of those. Alright, so now this will help me. Still no suggestions. Why not? Do I need to reload this stupid thing again? Okay. Reload. If I don't get my IntelliSense back here, then I'm going to I guess wipe out the IntelliSense cache. Really? Because that does exist. Why does it say it's undefined? Oh, does that not pull in all of the files that are needed? Oh, it doesn't. Oh, yeah, we need that. Okay, yeah, my bad. Because of how I've organized the code, the internals of the coordinator, to get to other subsystems of the coordinator, we need to include, and that's actually 2 levels up now. 2 levels up the impl file, I think. Yes. Now is defined. Really? Still no? Come on. There we go. I'm like, what the heck? WebGate, make connection, right? So I need, I'm going to get a connection results, and I need the host and port number and secure. So the host was listed up here. This is the host. Port number is 443, and the secure is true. And then we're going to get back a connection. So const.auto. What does this return exactly? Make connection results. So make connection results. And then, oh, it's asynchronous. So I should put that somewhere. Yep, we should put that somewhere and then check to see if it's ready. So let's put it here, I guess. Pub_sub connection results. When connecting to Twitch's pub subs system, what's the right word here? And I've misspelled connecting. The asynchronous connection results are held here. There we go. Yeah, thank you, 715-209. I caught it right before I saw your message. And hey there, wait a second. I missed some chat. What are my opinions on smart pointers? I love smart pointers. Robert Westbury, sorry that I didn't see your message right away. Hello, and Robski. Oh, Chris, just to deploy to fix, just need to refresh in OBS. I can do that. Refresh cache. All right, so that actually cleared chat, but it should work now. So what are my opinions on smart pointers? I love them. I use them all over the place. I think I use shared pointer a little bit too much. You really ought to use shared pointer only when you are actively sharing an object between two different parts of your program. I tend to overuse it where I should probably be using unique pointer. But it's so dang convenient to use shared pointer. Unique pointer's got a little bit of extra stuff you have to worry about. So, chat has been quiet. It has been a little quiet. But it's mostly because I had to refresh the the chat overlay. But yeah, I use smart pointers quite a lot, and you'll see the shared pointer in my code a lot as you watch. I love them. I try to use them as much as I can instead of raw C++ or C pointers, right? And if there are some places where I use them where I should be using references, but and doing move semantics. But yeah, I think I just love the how come I'm having trouble with words today? Smart pointers. I think I love the smart pointers a little bit too much. Okay, so we're going to get a connection. So we might already have a connection, and I gave that a name, didn't I? I named it pub sub connection results. Now, does it have a flag in there I can use to tell? I guess we can check to see if it's valid. If it's valid, then we are connecting. So else if this dot connection future dot valid, that we were connecting. Otherwise, we're not connecting yet, and we should do this. And that's all we should do, right? If we're connecting, then we should see, is it ready? If that, wait for 0, right? It's a trick with this. You do a wait, but then you make it the duration 0. Standard chrono second 0. If that equals standard future results, future status ready, then we would actually complete it by saying pub sub equals this dot get. And I think we should also be checking for the abort connect. Oh no, that's what we use to abort the connection. Yeah. All right. So this is if the connection succeeds, right? How do we know if it failed? Oh, I think the failure was we get back a null. Let me make sure. That goes there. Which goes here. Yeah, we get a null pointer if it couldn't connect. Yep. Okay. So then, do I need to store? Oh, right. If we can't connect, we're supposed to do exponential back off. So I should put that in there, right? What did they say that they're doing? Connection failures. 1 second. Okay, so we should, I should probably make that configurable, right? Config. I'm considering, should I make a subsection for pub/sub or just put the variable straight here? This would be like, I guess, why don't we just have it just generic? Reconnect initial, what is the term they use? Back off? Just make it a second like they do. So that needs to go in common also, where we have TMI enabled right here. And then I'm going to want to put it in the test framework, or the test build of the game. So get the configuration, let's open it up, and then add it here as well. Right there. 1.0. Can't type today. All right. That's configuration 51, so that's... How come it's not showing me configuration 50? I had to hit refresh. Computer. Drag 51 to upload and make sure it's in here in 52. Reconnect initial backup 1. Okay, good. Good enough. So then that is what I want to initialize it to when we first start up. And that should be when the enable was off before. Actually, how do we not want to do this? We should be setting that whenever we disconnect normally. Actually, it's whenever we connect, we should reset that, right? And then we should initialize it at the beginning too. So I suppose that would be in Golem. Where do we initialize here? Do I have a special place for initialization? I don't know if I do, actually. There's work. Oh, I know. It's in the coordinator impl, right? Where we do the work. Yeah, here. So I suppose that means I should just be going to the coordinator's mobilization and right here where we set things up and just do it all here. This one monster function that sets everything up. I hate this. It didn't do this cleanly enough. I'm just adding more to this mess, right? So here's where I set up initial stuff for based off of configuration. I guess we're just doing more junk here. Golem dot. Oh, I need to make the variable name. So this would be a double, and this would be pub sub connection back off. We should start it at 0, and then if it's 0, then we set it to what's in the configuration, and if it's not 0, we just double it, right? So I don't actually need to set anything up in this here. It'll start at 0. Yeah, that's what I'll do. Cries in Martin Fowler. Yeah, don't tell Martin Fowler. He would probably start screaming at me. Okay. If non-zero, wait this amount of time in seconds before connecting to Twitch pub sub. And that means I need to have a time of the last disconnection. Pub sub disconnection time. This is the time according to the timekeeper. in seconds according to the time. This is the time in seconds. Or really, the time, yeah, the reference is arbitrary, but this is the time according to, in seconds according to the timekeeper when we last were disconnected from Twitch pub sub. I'm not consistent about the capitalization, am I? Okay, so how do we want to do this? Here, we might not want to connect right away, right? Really, we only want to do this if we're ready to connect. We're ready to connect if this is 0, and if it's non-zero, if the current time is this plus that or greater, right? Hey there, Crumpet. I'm trying to encode all the logic in a way that's not too gross to do pub sub connections to Twitch, which is all documented here. Here, if you want to read for yourself. We have to handle different kinds of connection failures, including exponential backoff. And we have to handle reconnect. And we have to disconnect if we don't get a pong. There's all sorts of weird things we have to handle. Not too gross, just slightly, yeah. I guess it's here. If this is 0 or timekeeper. I don't have a timekeeper here. I have it through mpull though. Timekeeper. Get current time is greater than or equal to the disconnect time plus the backoff period. Then we can connect. And I should probably, just in case it fails, I should set the back off here, right? Or should I wait until it actually fails over here? This will be the, if this is, the failure is here, if not pub sub. This is a connection failure. Then, right, if this is 0, we need to initialize it. Otherwise, we need to double it, right? Otherwise, that we multiply by 2 to exponentially back off. Oh, and we also should add a fuzz factor, like they suggest. Yeah, let's add that. Okay, so double... Actually, we can do the fuzz factor just by manipulating the disconnect time, right? Yeah. I hate to hard code numbers like that, so does that mean I should have these be also in the configuration? I think so. So let's add them. Reconnect time fuzz. This will be like, how much do we fuzz the reconnect time? How about plus or minus 1 second also? They don't actually say what they do. They just say a short amount, right? Plus a random jitter. Small random jitter. They don't say how much. I'm going to say like plus or minus 1 second. And then there was another variable I needed, right? Oh, the base for the exponent. So reconnect initial. How about reconnect what is the term for the base of the exponential? Let's just, it's not the exponent, it's the thing that the exponent is on. What is the term for that? Me and my horrible math. Power? No. Oh, we also need a maximum. They double it. I don't want to hard code this. We might want to triple it or 2.5 it. exponential. It's not the exponent. We'll just call it the exponential. This is probably the wrong term. And then we have a reconnect max. What do they call it? Maximum back-off threshold. Max threshold. And they set it to 2 minutes, so I'm going to set it to 2 minutes. 2 minutes is 120 seconds. All right, so I have 4 more variables to add to the game and to the test fixture here. 1, 2, 3. So we have exponential 2. We have max threshold 120. We have reconnect fuzz 1. Okay. Then same thing in the game. Download me configuration and add a copy of these variables to there. Save it and then write it back. That's just there. Let me double check it. And they're all in there. Nice. Okay. Good to go on that. So I don't need to hard code this number anymore. That is impl config cached configuration Twitch a golem Twitch. I'm thinking about getting a reference to that when we start. Would that be too expensive? I guess it wouldn't. If we get just a config reference here, const.auto config equals that. Twitch config. I kind of like the idea of getting it once and then just using it here. Exponential. In quotes. And that should be interpreted as a double. All right, and then we should have it actually apply the clamp here. Did I make clamp a global function? I did not. I did that in another project, I think. So I guess I can do it this way. Equals standard max of itself and the maximum, which is the max threshold. There we go. Hey there, Pro Sam. How are you doing today? Just doing the disconnect reconnect exponential backoff stuff for PubSub. I should make a comment here. If connection failed, calculate when to reconnect using an exponential backoff algorithm. I don't have a different kind of haircut for quarantine. Before the quarantine and during the quarantine, it's the same. Mrs. Raimu cuts my hair. Do you like it? And shaving my beard is easy. I do that myself. Yeah, Mrs. Raimu cuts my hair. She is a woman of many talents. It looks professionally done. Well, for cutting a guy's hair, it's really not that hard if it's just a simple cut like I have. Well, thank you. Well, thank Mrs. Raimu. Right. If the backup is 0, we want to initialize it. So I'm just going to steal that. Instead of doing a multiply, it's just an assignment to be initial backoff. So if we haven't backed off yet, we're going to back off the initial backoff. Otherwise, we're multiplying by some base. I don't know what the word is. I'm just using exponential. So right now it's 2. It could be 2.5 or 3. And then I need to add the fuzz factor will add by taking this other variable, disconnect time, and adding a fuzz to it. So that's what we're going to do here. So this will be, this is the current time plus some kind of fuzz factor. So this would be, I have a random number generator, right? RNG, generate. What does this generate actually do? Oh, that's not what I want. Well, I guess I could use it. Don't I have just like the normal random anywhere in the code? Or rand? Crypto random for a seed. Okay, what was this one? Oh yeah, I want one of these. These are nice. Apparently I... Oh wait, I'm searching CPP files. Okay, I have one in the ECS for game systems. Can I steal that? I really shouldn't. I should have my own. It's a shame you're in America, else you would have asked Mrs. Raymond to do yours. She should open up a haircutting salon for easy men's cuts, I guess. Oh, I just twisted my wrist the wrong way. Okay. Do I want to just initialize this, make one of these and initialize it the same way? I suppose we'll add one of these to the coordinator because it's a general purpose thing. Yeah, we'll just add it. Mercine twister random number generator. Sure, we'll add it right here. This is used to generate random numbers for, I don't know, the coordinator. Okay, so to get that, I need to include random. Random, there we go. And then I need to initialize it. So let's look for RNG. Where do I initialize that? Wait a minute, what am I doing here? Wait a minute, I already have an RNG somewhere? Hold on, do I already have one? Oh, there are two RNGs. Oh, shoot. Okay, so I can't... Let's just say this is the PRNG, the pseudo random number generator. Because the other one really is, it's crypto random. Yeah, okay, so then the other one was here, right? Where do I initialize it? Do I not seed this random number generator anywhere? That would be funny if I never did. I guess I don't. Huh. Am I not seeding this anywhere? Oh, that's the crypto random one doesn't need to be seeded. Okay. It's this one though. Where do I seed that? Apparently I don't. I just use it to... I do it without seeding it. Okay, Raft did it though. Yeah, I did it this way. So, why did I call that Jim? I think I was in a weird mood that day. I already have one of these. I just need to seed the PRNG with the RNG in... I guess we can do it in the constructor? Could just do it here. So this is RNG. Seed this the pseudo random number generator with that. Okay, now we have a PRNG, which is seeded correctly. And then I want to use it from pub/sub. So I want PRNG. Okay, and the way it's used is how does that work? Pick random. Oh, it's the type. Hold on, what? Yeah, I want one of these. So how does this work? Oh, it's standard real uniform distribution. min max with the RNG. So let's compute that. Const auto fuzz is standard real uniform distribution min max, right? 0 to 0.0 to whatever that variable is, fuzz, and then give it the impl prng there, and then we just add fuzz. Cool. And that thing I think is also declared in random, right? Yeah, so we should probably include random from here as well. That would be the polite thing to do. While I'm at it, are there any other declarations that I need a header for? Not yet. Okay. Okay. So compute the fuzz factor pseudo-random number generator is used for that. The disconnection time includes the fuzz. So then if this is the first time we got disconnected, there's the initial back off. Otherwise we double it. And we're always going to be taking the disconnection time and adding the back off to see if it's time to reconnect. Right. Okay. All of this is to... I should probably break this up into sub-functions, shouldn't I? This should be like handle disconnection. And this should be connect. Or this should be connect, right? That would be the smart thing to do. I should probably do that. Pub sub work. Let me try to keep these alphabetically in order too. So what to name the first thing would be I guess await or check if connected. Pub sub check if connected. Check if connection completed. So this would be check to see if the connection to Twitch pub sub has been completed, and if so, I guess we'll just wait till the next worker loop to actually do something, right? If so, store the WebSocket. Otherwise, compute the next reconnect time. Yeah. So that goes here. And takes over this stuff here. And I can actually turn this around and have it say, if it's not ready, just return early. If it's not ready, return. Okay, so if still connecting, return early. See if we connected or not. If so, we get a WebSocket. If the connection failed, actually, that should say if that, then return, right? If we reach here, the connection failed. Calculate when to reconnect using an exponential backup. So I don't need an if here. I can just unindent all those lines and then remove this extra syntax. So Twitch config I need. Yeah, we can just recalculate that up here. Or should I pass it as an argument? Actually, I'm tempted to just pass it as an argument. So then the argument here would be const JSON value Twitch config. Twitch config. This is the Golem Twitch part of the game configuration. Have that available right here, and then just pass it. Okay, I haven't called it to pass it, so that is here. Twitch config. And then I can delete all that code. All right. So most of the logic is in here. So I think I'm going to make that another function called attempt connection or something. Does it need the configuration? It does not. So it should be pub sub attempt connection if time. And that starts with an A after the pub sub, so it should go first and foremost. If it's time to connect or reconnect to Twitch pub sub, initiate the connection, which is done asynchronously. All right, so that goes up here, there, there. And we're going to call that from this else here, I think. And then this is the body of that function. So now it's nice and readable. And I can even make a function for if we're connected. So yeah, let's do that. So it's nice and balanced here. Pub sub, I don't know, process connection. Or, I don't know, use connection. Work with connection. Work with connection, I like that. Work with connection. That would alphabetically go last. Okay. Actually, do I need the... I need the now too. Let's pass that along. Actually, if there's a now, I didn't need to use the timekeeper, did I? I could just use now. But that wasn't given here, so let's pass it in. That's double now. The current time, there we go. So, now goes there, and there. Wait a minute, hold on. Work when connect. What had the now? Wait a minute, work when. Oh. Where do I call that? I just added that. I'm getting myself confused. This is redundant with that, and it assumed I already had a now, so I screwed this up. This didn't have a now because it's called from the Golem's main work function, right? And oh, there is a now. I could pass that. That would probably be smart. Why pull the timekeeper more than once? There we go. Let's just pass the now in. So then we get the double now at this level, and we're good, right? Sub work now. Yep. Cool. Then I made two functions where I only needed one, right? So I don't want the with connection. I just want the I actually had exactly the same comment. All right, it's when connected. All right, and then am I done with these? I just need to write tests for these. I didn't do this right. This should be with. I actually like that name better. Yeah, I didn't write the tests first for all this stuff. I really only wrote the test for this initial connection, which should be working now, right? Because this will be false, so it'll go to this. This will be false, so it should go here, which this will be 0 at the front, so it should just make one. And that's all that the test expects right now. So this should be already past the test, and I can go back to making more tests. Yeah, all this does is check for the future to be for the connection to be ready, and then that's all we need to do. And it failed. It never made the connection. Why? I guess we can trace it to there. No. There. Pub sub is enabled, right? Yeah, so let's debug. Okay, so it does go in there. It is making the connection attempt. So what does this have in it? Oh. Does that mean it's already completed with a null? I guess I should step into that. Let's go here. Oh, no, that goes into this one, right? Yeah, so put one there, and then try this again. Debug. Okay, so what's the host? Okay, this is the local host connection. This is the wrong one. I should probably... Wait a minute, where's the host check? Did I put it in the wrong spot? I think I put the host check in the wrong spot. I must have more than one mock, actually. No, I don't. What happened to my host check? Oh, it's right here. Is requested. What are these used for? I see what's going on. It's doing that when it really shouldn't. So this check should be done early. Right. Or I can put this after. That'd probably be better. It's just that this has to be if it's greater than or equal to. Okay. Try that. I want to put a breakpoint here, then. Debug, please. Ooh. It called that twice. That's the problem. Okay, this, I need to find out what this code is for. Connection is requested. Where do we use that? It's never used? Why do I even have this? Oh, connection was requested is the future of that. Where do we use that? Does not attempt to connect to instance with which it's already connected. I wonder if this is broken now. No, it's not broken. Yeah, the problem is it's calling it, it's setting the future more than once. So really, I only want to do this down here. This should be moved down to here, I think. Yeah. All right. Complicated mocks. Okay, cool. So it tries to connect to pubsub-edge.twitch.tv. So after it tries, let's test the connection failure. Connection failure. Initial connection failure. And then I need to have like a repeated connection failure. So the connection failure should be handled by it will wait a second before trying to reconnect. So do I want to repeat all this garbage, or do I want to make a helper for this? I think I want to make a helper for this. So the helper will be called what? Void. I guess we'll call it await initial connection. Await initial pub sub connection. And that just has this body, so I don't have to repeat it. Including the assert. That's fine. Right there. So mobilize this leader, catch up, we wait for it. We enable pub sub, we wait again. It should try to connect. Cool. Then that is the prefix for this test. And then I have to make it fail and then advance the clock and make sure that it only reconnects when it's time. All right, so to make it fail, I need to get access to this connection request, right? So auto connection request, first connection request is that. And then what can I do with this? It's a connection request. Wait, does it always accept the connection? Okay, this might not be good enough. Where's the make connection again? Here it is. Yeah. Where's that connection promise again? Yeah, we're going to return results. Results.connection future. So this always connects, right? Unless I force it to fail somehow. So right now we force it to fail if for these two conditions. So I guess that's what I gotta do. I have to set the max connections to 0 at first to simulate a failure. Yeah. So then here I have to go to mock web gate, max connections is 0. So that will force the initial connection to fail. So that actually is the act then. So it'll fail, and then we'll advance the clock. Right, so a mock. So we're going to then change it to 1. And advance the clock. Current time plus equals 0.99. And And then we're going to wait again and make sure it doesn't try to connect. So that would be this connection requests, right? Yeah, so we're going to get the number of connection requests at this point. Const.auto requests before time is that. And then we're going to advance the time a little bit more. Actually, I don't need to sum. I can just set. Right, and then so advance it past that reconnect threshold, 0.2, right? Or 0.02. And then this is after time. And then all I really care about is that this is 0 and this is 1. So expect equals 0 for that one and 1 for the other. I don't actually have to even complete the request. It'll be completed anyway, but... yeah, there we go. So we'll test this. And it failed. How did it fail? Interesting. Oh, right. This one failed here. Yeah, well, where it's supposed to, actually. So the setup is a little bit different then. I only need to do this part of it, not the rest. Yeah, okay. So that's there. How much of it is the act? Really what we're testing is the initial reconnection. Initial reconnection. So then the act is really to what happens when we advance time. So this would be the setup then. That we don't allow a connection to go out. And then we do, but we make sure it doesn't actually happen until the threshold's been crossed. Yeah, okay, cool. All right. So then I want to test the exponential backoff. So second reconnection backoff. Exponential backoff. Or should I have it just calculated all the way out to the limit? So this would be reconnection exponential backoff, and we would repeat the process to make sure that it's backing off at the exact right points, right? So then I would want to pre-compute the intervals. So technically this max connections can... no, let's leave it where it is. So I would want to have a vector, wouldn't I? A standard vector of bools. Requests. After each backoff time. Wait a minute, how do I know that a request happened unless I let the mock deal with it? I guess you know what I could do in that mock. I could have a flag set if they try. I should probably just do that. Here I should have it set a flag if we ever get here, right? Yeah, let's just have a flag set. Make connection attempted. True. And then I will put that in the mock web gate right here. Set it to false. Right, and then I can just assert that that actually was true. I can do that in the other test too. So at this point, we should expect true. Mock web gate that. Yeah, and then I can do the same thing down here actually. Well, here we know it will have tried, so we can then clear it. We can clear it on every, that's what I'll do. I'll clear it on every attempt. So, requests attempted. And then we'll have a loop here. How do I want to do this? Start at the backoff time of a second. So, 1.0. And then just double it until we get to the, what is it? Until we get to the threshold. And then each time make sure that the connection attempt isn't until the backoff time. So, actually I don't even need a vector. I can just do expects along the way. So I can say, I need to have a variable though. Actually, that variable would be here. Double next request time. Next expected request time. Or next expected backoff, really. Right, and then we would say while next expected backoff is less than 120, because that's what I had in the test configuration. Or do I want to do less than or equal to? Really, I just want to program this myself, so it would go, yeah, it would be a static const standard vector of doubles, expected backoffs, intervals, equals. So 1.0, 2.0, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 120, 120, right? Okay, and then we're going to loop through all of them. So for auto expected backoff interval and intervals, we're going to advance the time till right before the next one. So mock timekeeper current time plus equals this interval minus 0.01, and then wait, and then see if it was attempted. So that was actually we can just see if it's empty or not. So request made. So actually I didn't need that flag. This make attempt, you know, I could use that though. Yeah, we don't even need to ever set the max connections to 1. I can just see if it was attempted. Yeah. Not 128, 256, because there is a maximum. So well, they describe it up to a maximum backoff of 2 minutes, so I was going to do the same thing. So 2 minutes is 120. So they double it until it gets to that maximum, and they stay at the maximum. So I had done the same thing in my setup, 120. 2 minutes. Where am I? I should be here. Yeah, I don't even need to set that. I can just simplify this. I can just make this a false. Well, expect false. Expect true. Request before time is just setting this. There we go. Its powers of 2 until it hits the maximum, yeah. And hello there, Death Run. Yeah, you had it right, except for this is, so maybe I should comment at this point. It should the powers of 2, well, first reconnection has an initial backoff. Each subsequent reconnection should double the backoff. Until the max threshold is reached. See, this is one of the reasons why I stream this stuff on Twitch, because I didn't even really think of doing these comments until Death Run 2 asked the question, and I'm like, oh, that makes me think I should, if I add these comments, it's more obvious why it's not 128, because someone just reading the code would have maybe thought I had a typo, right? So now these comments sort of make clear why we're doing 120, and then why I'm repeating the 120 an extra time, right? And then in case later I change the initial backup to be like 3, so then it'll be 3, 6, 12, and all that. It's not that 1 is the 2 to the 0. That's a separate variable, and then we double it every time. Yeah. So I like that. I like that you guys give me that feedback so that I know when I should be commenting when didn't really occur to me to do it. So I'm going to give you some points. That didn't work. That worked. Thank you for helping out. You got 2 stream points, which are absolutely worthless right now, but maybe in the future. Worthless internet points is what we can call them for now. Okay, so advance the time. 1 more backup interval before, and then we want to check this flag here. Connection attempted. And, oh, I know why I wanted to have a vector, because I wanted to check them at the end to make it clean. But you know, it's going to be cleaner to just check it right here, so just expect false. Right? And then advance it a little bit past that threshold, and then it should change to true. So expect true, and then reset it to false. And we basically repeat that, and so it's both an act and an assert at this point, because it's in a loop. Let's try this. So this is testing the exponential backoff part of the code. Build, 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 build. Link. Link? Still building? Oh, it had to do a full link for some reason. All right, run. Okay, it failed. But we don't know at which point, so let me put a interval in here. Let's have an index. Equals 0, and then we just do plus plus I here, and then I can shift out the I in these expectations to see at which point it failed. Hey there, Jolt Jab. Mind if I have you playing in the background? Well, not at all, Jolt Jab. That's what a lot of people do. How are you doing? Did you guys know that Jolt Jab is one of the most entertaining dev Twitch streamers here? I like to check out his stream every once in a while. He's got an awesome, fun personality, and he's working on a game in Unity. Also, he's got a pretty cool name, Jolt Jab. It's hard to beat that. Not at all do I mind you listening in the background. That's what a lot of people do. It's just the sound of my voice that you like, isn't it? Okay, what point did this fail? Show the log. At iteration number 8. No, it failed the whole time. Okay, so I messed up somewhere. Every iteration it failed. It should have been false and it was true. Oh, I didn't initially... Oh, that's right, because there's the initial one. Okay, so then I need to turn this to false at the front, not the end. There we go. Indubitably. Indubitably. Such a cool word, isn't it? Indubitably. Okay, we're still failing every single iteration. This is irritating. Oh, I forgot to account for the fuzz factor, right? I should probably cut the fuzz to 0 for this kind of a test. Or near 0. Is that what's going on here? No, it shouldn't make an attempt early. It should only maybe, I would expect this to fail because of the fuzz, though, because that doesn't exceed the maximum fuzz factor. This shouldn't have happened, though, unless I made a mistake. So it's going to add 1. minus 0.01. We've already tested that this... Oh, no, I broke something. I broke this thing somehow. Oh. Yeah, I had to change that. I had to change that to false right away. Right? No. It's still broken. Okay. This was working before, wasn't it? Oh, wait. It's before the host check. It's before the host check. I need to put that in. Because it's doing it's trying to connect to its peers also. What am I trying to do? I'm trying to test the exponential backoff logic for PubSub. So, like, if you can't connect to Twitch PubSub, you're supposed to reconnect using exponential backoff. So I'm trying to simulate the connection. I have this complicated mock to simulate connecting to Twitch. And it's kind of, this is the complicated part. I'm trying to hide it here to make it a little bit easier. That there's going to be this flag that gets set if the test framework detects that the code tried to connect to Twitch. So we reset it. We advance the timer to be right before it should connect, and we make sure it didn't try. Then we have it go right across that boundary to where it should try to reconnect, and we make sure that it did try to reconnect. So the thing that's doing the connecting is part of this thing called the coordinator. It makes connections to the internet through this thing called the web gate, which we're mocking, which is why I call it the mock web gate. So one of the things we would connect to on the web is Twitch PubSub, and that's what we're checking here. The complicated detail is in setting up the mocking, so to simulate, because we're not really talking to Twitch in the tests. We're pretending to talk to Twitch. Why am I connected to Twitch? That goes back to what I want this for, and that is because I want to do my own Twitch overlay integrated with my game. So I want to know when I get bits, when I get subs, when I get channel point redemptions. Thank you for that follow. So you notice the follow alert that just happened? Right now I'm using Stream Elements. I would really like to use my own stuff for that. I can't use PubSub for follows. I have to use webhooks. But I can start with PubSub because it's easier, and I can do that for channel point redemptions, bits, and subs at least. So dropping Stream Elements and doing my own thing so that it's integrated with the rest of my work. Yeah. So it's a bit at a time. Today is PubSub. If I get done with PubSub, then webhooks is what I'll work on for the rest of the day. I have a feeling that I'm going to be spending all my day on PubSub. And that this will probably be Monday. That's just the way it goes, right? I think it's better to have too much of a plan and to get partway through, because then you have a clear idea of where you want to continue the next day. I really prefer that over like having too little of a plan and then getting done and being like, okay, what do we do now? So probably I'll just do PubSub today. And right now, specifically, the exponential backoff algorithm. But I test the heck out of everything. So I tend to take longer to do my code, but I feel better about it because I have pretty exhaustive testing about every single little thing. Yep, exactly. Okay, now what did I mess up here? This was working a little bit ago. Oh, I remember what it was. It's trying to make a connection, but it's connecting to a different thing. This host check I need to do first before I do that. Yeah, I want to ignore connections to the wrong host. So I want to do that up front first. Let's do it right. Let's separate this out. So there are two, we do this 2 times. The first time is just the host check, though. Basically, I want to completely ignore when they try to connect to something I don't care about. So we'll do that, and then we'll set this flag, and then do the number of requests check second. like so. I should probably document this. So, first, check that this connection is one that the test actually cares about. If not, deny the connection and don't even record that it happened. Okay, so record that the connection attempt was made, even if we end up rejecting it based on exceeding the number of connections we are allowing. And then check or deny the connection if it exceeds the number of connections we're allowing. And then if we get down to here, permit the connection and set up mock connection transport mock transport layer. Permit the connection, set up a mock transport layer, and set up WebSocket instances on top of that. If you hear a random yell in the background, that's my kids, by the way. All right. That should fix this, I hope. This colorization of the output is new. I like it. Run. Okay, that passes now. Will this exponential backoff one pass? Yes. Cool. Exponential backoff, it takes over a second, but it passes. Okay, getting there. So this checks that actually connection is attempted. We should actually just say connect attempted. This one tests that initial reconnection attempted. And this is an exponential reconnection exponential backoff obeyed, right? Do I what else do I need to test out of this code? The actual code for that is here. It starts here. If we're connected, this is all to do. We haven't done that yet. If we're connecting, we see if it's completed. Did I test this? So if we're still connecting, don't do anything. If we're connected, get a WebSocket. If we got a WebSocket, we're done. But if we reach here, so this is the thing I just tested, right? The reconnection backoff. The way it works is you have a fuzz factor. Oh, I forgot to account for that. I think our test might actually fail because of that fuzz. Actually, why didn't our test fail? It's more likely to fail than to pass. Unless this is broken. Let me debug this. I wouldn't think that would work. Debug that. What fuzz factors are we getting? I don't need that breakpoint. Go. Okay, yeah, so there's a problem. It shouldn't be exactly 0. Restart. What's fuzz? Yeah, fuzz is exactly 0. This shouldn't happen. Yeah, it shouldn't be exactly 0. So what am I doing wrong in this uniform real distribution here? It could be that this is not set up right. In my common fuzz, reconnect time fuzz, right? Yeah, that's correct. It's 1.0. I set up that PRNG, right? I set that up in over here. I seeded the random number generator. You don't know what any of the words mean? Please ask. I know this and that, but not everything. I also mess up a lot. Nui spent like 3 hours trying to work around a bug Adam had just spent. Did you succeed, Nui, or did you fail? Huh. Yeah, so PRNG is pseudo random number generator. We're seeding it off of hopefully truly random number generator, which is using crypto random, a library that I made that wraps around for I don't know, pick your poison. For Linux, it's devu random, and for Windows, it is bcrypt random. So it gives us a cryptographically strong random number generator. So we use that to seed a pseudo-random number generator, which basically it's giving us numbers that look random but really aren't. And I'm using that to basically add a fuzz factor to the time we're going to reconnect. They talk about that in the Twitch docs. They say their official client implementation waits 1 second plus a small random jitter. See the next paragraph. So the next paragraph says, add a small random jitter to the timer to prevent situations where many clients ping commands simultaneously. So when they say small random jitter, what they mean is add a small amount of random amount of time to your timer, which is what I'm doing here. I'm calling it fuzz. Fuzz should be a random number between 0 and whatever I set in my configuration, which was 1. So it should be a random number between 0 and 1, but right now it's always 0. And I need to figure out why. I'm guessing I'm not using this function correctly. This is in C++. It's random, a uniform real distribution. I guess I'm not doing this right. Let's see how it's used. Yeah, I mean, it should give us a number between 0 and 1, right? The only thing I can think of is maybe that's always 0. So let's get a name for this. Reconnect time fuzz equals that, and let's see what that variable actually is. So it helps add some space between the computer, get some kind of input from any player. What this is, it's from Twitch's point of view. It's when, like, let's say Twitch PubSub goes down, and then you have like 1 million people trying to connect to Twitch PubSub at the exact same moment. The server can't start back up because the moment it does, it gets avalanched by clients. So what they try to do is they say, hey, world, please don't avalanche us all at the same time. Please add a small random jitter to when you try to reconnect so that they are kind of spread out in time. It's kind of like, in a way, the flattening the curve problem. If everyone catches coronavirus at the same time, then more people die. The hospitals get overwhelmed. But if you spread out when people get infected, then the hospitals don't get as overwhelmed. And it takes a little bit longer for everyone to recover, but they have a better chance of recovering because the hospital doesn't get overwhelmed. So in this case, it's Twitch PubSub gets overwhelmed when it first starts up because everyone's simultaneously trying to reconnect to it because all their timers are running almost at the same time, right? Because everyone got disconnected at the same moment. They're all trying to reconnect at the same moment too. So, but if you add a small random amount of time to your timer, then it spreads out when everyone tries to reconnect. And Twitch, the PubSub has a better chance of starting up again and handling that slight overload at the beginning where everyone's connecting at exactly the same time. So we're trying to do the right thing in adding a random amount of time when we reconnect to flatten the curve for Twitch PubSub if it ever stops working and comes up again. But for some reason that number is always 0, which is bad. I'm going to run the test again to see if I can trap it. Where's the... Oh, here's the test. Run the test. What is that variable set to? Yeah, it's 0. It shouldn't be 0. So that means my configuration's bad. Can I look at the configuration? I can. Let's look at it. Oh, it's not even initialized. That's bad. It's null. The configuration is null. Okay, let me follow my call stack to see how did it get null. Oh, the configuration is not cached yet. That's a problem. Yeah, we used a cached copy of the configuration, which is not actually recorded until the server has run one loop. So I need to add one worker thread loop wait before we start in our main program. Where do I do that? Let me look. Like, let me think about this. Wait a minute, it should be set. When, oh, maybe I'm wrong about when it caches the configuration. I need to look and see where that's actually done. We can stop debugging now. Okay. It's done in update client configuration. Interesting. It's very limited in where we find it. Maybe that's the bug. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong variable. It's not cached client configuration. It's just cached configuration. Oh, so what is Twitch pub sub? Twitch pub sub. You can read more about it here. Let's read off of their site. It enables you to subscribe to a topic so that you get told when things happen. So here are the things that Twitch can tell you that happen. You can be told when you receive bits. You can be told when someone unlocks a bit badge. You can be told when someone redeems a channel point redemption. This is the first thing I want to look at. If I want to add custom channel point rewards to the channel and I want my bot to know that when it happened, my bot, if it's connected to PubSub, will just be told by Twitch, hey, someone just redeemed a channel point award. Also for subs, if you get a sub. And then, I don't know why these are here, but I guess if a mod performs a ban or something, you can be told. Or if someone whispers you can be told. Yeah, so like Stream Elements or Streamlabs, how they actually know when someone gives you bits or someone subscribes, it's all through either the pub sub or it's through the webhooks, which is somewhere else here. I think it's under new Twitch API webhooks. Yeah. So webhooks you use for follower alerts when you start and stop streaming, and I think a couple other things. Probably they talk about it in reference, right? They probably have a list somewhere. Yeah, these different topics. Moderator change, ban events, sub changes. But yeah, I think I'm going to use it for follows and for stream start stop. So stream online, stream offline kind of things. So these you can already get by going to the Twitch API. The webhooks is nice in that you don't have to keep asking Twitch, someone following me, someone following me, someone following me. You don't have to do that. Instead, you say to Twitch, hey, let me know when someone follows me. And then it calls you back when someone does. And that's what webhooks is. I would really prefer that everything go through one API, but unfortunately, Twitch has 4 different APIs. They have Twitch Chat, they have PubSub, they have webhooks, and they have chat. Did I list chat twice? I think I did. Oh, right. Chat, PubSub, webhooks, and then their APIs. Their APIs, which are, there's actually 2 of them. There's the V5 APIs and the new APIs. So technically there are 5 different ways to talk to Twitch. Yeah, now Nui's asking, that's exactly what bots do when they don't use webhooks, is they ask Twitch over and over again. Yeah, that when I say chat, I meant the IRC. Same, that's what I meant, yeah. So there's the IRC, also known as chat. There's the V5 API, there's the new API, there's the webhooks, there's the pub sub. That's 5 different ways to talk to Twitch. Yeah, wouldn't it be nice if it was just one way? And I wouldn't have to, I'd just do this once and not 5 times. All right. I fixed that, so let's run the test again. And this should fail now, right? If I debug it, I should get a different fuzz. Yeah. So there's our random number, right? 0.198573. So we use a real random number generator to seed the pseudo-random number in order to get a different number every time. So now it's 0.46858. If I go again, It's 0.31715. So I need to dial this down a little bit because the fuzz is overwhelming the exponential back off in the test. So that's why the test is probably failing. I'm going to back it off by overriding the setting for the fuzz factor to be a lot tighter. Right now it's 1 second, right? I want it to be like 0.0001. I want it to be a lot less significant than these fudge factors that we're doing to go before and after the threshold. That's what I want. How big can the fuzz get? They don't actually say. They say a small amount. Where do they say that? They say a small random jitter, which I hate. I like specifications to be precise. I would have preferred if they said a small random jitter and in parentheses say, for example, 10 to 50 milliseconds, or, you know, whatever, all right? But when they say small, what's small? Is a tenth of a second small? Is 10 seconds small? I don't know. My best guess would be by small, they mean relative to their other numbers. So their other numbers here are the initial back off is 1 second. They say 1 second, right? And they have up to 2 minutes. So rule of thumb would be 1/10 of the smallest unit here, which is 1 second. So 0.1, maybe. I don't know. So we don't know how big it can be. Who knows? My guess would be that you probably don't want it to overwhelm the threshold of 2 minutes. Otherwise, it'd be silly. Yeah, we're reconnecting in 2 minutes, plus or minus 5 hours. That would be sort of silly, right? So I set it to just be 1 second. So it's 1 second plus or minus 1 to reconnect, and then it's 2 plus or minus 1, and then it's 4 plus or minus 1, that kind of thing. So that ought up. Oh, it didn't pass. It failed. It failed right away. Why would it fail right away? Okay, did this test break? That did. Okay, so I broke something else. See, this is what's good about tests, is when you break something, then it's pretty obvious that that something is broken. Okay, so it didn't reconnect. Oh, because of the fuzz is too long, probably. So I need to move this over here to here, I suppose. This needs to overwhelm the fuzz factor. And it's still not doing it. Why not? Let's debug. Maybe I didn't do the fuzz thing correctly. Wait. If it never reached there, that's a problem. Did I? Oh, I removed the breakpoint. I want a breakpoint right here, please. Run the test again, please. Thank you. Okay, the fuzz factor is very insignificant, so it'd be 0.99007. What's the now? Yeah, so it's in the future. So go. And then why did it break? It didn't reconnect. Why not? Oh, because I didn't equal. I'm dumb. This should not be an equal 0.02. It should be what? Equal 1.02. Or 1.01, right? Yeah, my bad. We have to actually, if I'm doing assignment, not a sum, then I need to actually, that's still not right. At 1.01, that, it should have reconnected. Why is this so hard? So this is the initial connection, right? No, this is, yeah, wait a minute. Why did it get here early? It should have tried to connect here. Yeah, in fact, I have a check to make sure. Oh, wait, no. That's the first reconnect. That's the second reconnect. It's not getting to the second reconnect for some reason. Why not? First reconnect attempt. No, this is completely wrong. Where are we in the main thread? Yeah, why is it already trying to... Oh, yeah, we may try, it may try here. Oh, that's going to screw things up, isn't it? It's going to go backwards. It's going to go negative. Is it actually that? You know, it shouldn't be too bad. It'll be 1 second past 0.0009. So then, let me put a breakpoint here to see if it actually tries again. Yeah. Wait a minute, why are we getting the time again? That I shouldn't do. I should just be passing the variable that we already have. This now variable. That's not actually a bug, but it's sort of silly that we're not using it. We already have that variable available. Right here. Yeah, all these functions have this variable, so we'll just pass it along. Down here. In fact, if all the functions have the variable, I might as well just make it a member variable, right? Alright, try again. Debug. So there's the initial... Oh, I'm just not even using the variable. I'm stupid. That should be a now. And not an I now, a now. Try again. Okay, what is now? 0. So this is the initial attempt. Okay, so then we're evaluating a reconnect where the now is point. Okay. And this is the second attempt. The now should be... It's not though. What did I do wrong here? Wait a minute. Oh, that's set to an absolute time? This connect time is wrong. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I think I'm on the verge of understanding what I'm doing wrong. That's the initial attempt. This is the initial Oh, I see what's going on. I'm advancing the clock. It's not Oh, no, I know what's going on. When, it sees if it's connected or not, it doesn't do that one. So it'll do that, and then I advance the clock, and it'll... Yeah, so I'd set up the test wrong. I need to go 2 loops, not 1. So this will wait for the first connection attempt, but it won't wait for it to evaluate when it should reconnect. So I really should need to do this twice. And the same thing there. And here, it won't reconnect, so I don't need to wait more than once. I mean, there it won't need to calculate the reconnect time, so I don't need to do it more than once. Right, so then, same thing here. That we need to do twice, and then here we should do twice, and then once. Okay, I think I got it. Kind of hokey, but... Right, that should pass reliably now. Alright, and then this one... Still wrong. Okay, do I need 2 waits here? I might. Maybe. Hey there, T.S. Joss. I forgot to also say hi to Evan Jager. Hi. I'm trying to get this test to work. And I still broke it. Okay, what the heck am I doing wrong here? Collapse that. Okay, we reset that flag, advance the time, let it go 2 loops. It's working for the first iteration, but then it's failing on the second one. Why is that? So the first expected backup will be 1 second. And then I jump over it, make sure, and then that one fails too. Actually, it makes sense that I would have to have 2 of these. But then, why is it failing on I equals 1? It should have been 2 seconds. It should have doubled the previous one, unless I screwed it up somehow. How's it going? It's going okay. I'm trying to get the exponential backoff logic in PubSub that's documented here by Twitch to implement that. And I just keep making silly errors, I think. Let's debug this and find out why. First connection attempt, it's at time 0. Then when we get here, it should be still time 0, and the back off should be 1. Right? And then we go. So now we're right before that 1 second. So it's not timed to connect yet. But then we go again, and now it should be... Wait a minute. Why didn't we advance the clock again? I think that's the problem. I think my code is too sensitive to the clock advancing. Like, I bet if I just let this loop a whole bunch of times, it would just fix it. Yeah, I think it's gonna work now. Well, wait a minute. No, it just takes longer. Take that back. Okay, well, we can see this again, I guess. No, yeah. What am I doing? This is just gonna make it more difficult. Let's just wait twice. The first wait is for it to see that it's time to try. So it won't be time to try, so we only need once. The first wait is for it to try, and then the second wait is for it to calculate when it should try again. Yeah, and then this is for it to actually try. No, I shouldn't need to do this. We've already done the wait up here, so this is unnecessary. No, this is advancing the time. Yeah, this is to see that it's still not time. Well, then I don't need this one. Do I? I don't technically need that one. It's still not time. Now it is time, so go do it. It should be true. Then we reset it. This is to see it's not yet... Okay, let's try this. And I'll debug this to see what's going on. To understand why it's failing. So the first connect attempt fails, so it figures out... oh, that's the problem. That I need to read up here. Oh, wait a minute, no, this is right. It should be 0 though. Yeah, the now is wrong. Okay, so that's the problem. Where are we in the main thread then? The time is wrong. It advanced already too far. So I need an extra one? Is that what I'm understanding? Here? All right, try again. So, first time it sees it. No, it's already wrong. Why is it wrong? Oh, I'm waiting at the wrong spot. I need to wait before I advance the clock. Then advance it, and then wait again. I need to do the same thing here? Probably don't need that. Yeah. Kooky. Still bad. Okay, now right. It's a value. The time hasn't advanced and the connection failed, so it figures out when to wait for it next. So now it's still not time, and now it's still not time. Now it is time, so it should try, and the time is not yet advanced, so it should figure out that the backoff is doubled, so it's at 2 seconds. Oh, there's a bug there. It should be min, not max. Min. So it was going from 1 second to 120 seconds right away. That's the problem. All right. All right, so then I noticed that it waited too many times. So I have too many, I have more waits than I need. Actually, it looks good to me. Now it's 3 seconds. That's 3.02. Yep. Okay, it actually looks good to me now. Now it's 7. Now it's 7.0299. Yeah, okay, we're good. All right. So the problem was all along that this was a max instead of a min. So this is making sure that we double it up to the max threshold, but no further. So with that being a max, it was going to the max threshold right away. So once I fixed that, then it doesn't really have much to do with these weights. I have to have some weights, otherwise the clock the code that we're testing doesn't have a chance to actually try to make an attempt. So technically, I don't really need that weight. No, I do. I do because the clock jumps too quickly if we don't do that. Yeah. We have to have it sample the time. We have to give it a chance to sample the current time before we advance it. Then let it sample it again. Make sure it didn't try to connect. Then advance it and then sample it a third time and make sure it did attempt. Then advance the clock again, then change the time. Yeah, so that's good now. All right. My apologies this takes so long to get right. But look, so far so good. We make the connection attempts correctly, we reconnect on disconnection, and we back off if we can't reconnect right away. What's next? I guess it's this to do. What do we do when we're connected, right? Anything else I didn't test here? I don't think so. So what do we do when we're connected? We should, we need to know if we're subscribed or if we subscribe to things or not. So there's really 3 states. We haven't subscribed yet. We're subscribing and we haven't been told if we're subscribed yet, or we're already subscribed. And I think the difference is in when we give the listen, or where does it say this? You send a listen with a number to be used once, and then you got to wait for a response to see if you got an error or not. So we need to know, have we sent the listen yet or not? And if we've sent the listen, have we gotten the response back or not? So there's really 3 states we could be in. And listen, we can listen for a bunch of things at once, right? Yeah, so we might as well just listen to everything that we care about. Yeah, so I'm going to have 3 states then. We can make an enum type for this, I guess. Why not, right? Let's put it up here. Enum class pub sub states. Not listening. Asking to listen. And listening. Okay. This type reflects the various states our golem can be in when connected to Twitch pub sub. Not listening is, we have not yet, let's do the Doxygen style comments here. We have not yet asked Twitch to listen on topics. All right. This is, I can abbreviate here, right? We've not yet. We've asked Twitch to listen on topics, but we haven't yet gotten a response from Twitch on the listen request. And this would be, actually, I think I need a fourth state. Can't listen. Cannot listen. Listening is, we're listening, we're successfully listening to topics on Twitch. And this one is, Twitch told us we're not allowed to listen. Bible thump. I think this one deserves a Pog champ. Alright. So the initial state would be not listening. We're going to have a variable where we're storing this. Should put it right here, right? Pub sub state. Let me be consistent about these variable names. Let's make it lowercase s, because I've been using lowercase s elsewhere. And then this is initialized to pub sub states not listening. Hey, Irish John Gaming. I know, Bible thump, you know. This reflects what state we're in as far as interacting with Twitch pub sub once we're connected. How are you doing, Irish John? Did you guys know that Irish John Gaming is also a Twitch streamer? You should check out his channel where he's making a you're still making your multiplayer pirate battle game using Unity, right? Or are you off to on side projects like I am? Doing pretty good? All right. Okay. Not only do we want to initialize the state to not listening, but we want to reinitialize it whenever we connect, because we might have been in a listening state and got disconnected, and then when we reconnect, we're going to want to start listening again. So that means in this file, probably when we get connected is where I should set it to not listening again, right? And then when we get down to here, we would switch on our current state, I think. Switch on pub sub state. Case pub sub states not listening. We have not listening. We have asking to listen. I probably don't need to enumerate all of these. Listening. And then we always have the default where we don't do anything. Just porting everything to a new project, getting things fixed up nice. Kind of starting over on the pirate thing. You ran into a roadblock. Oh no. That sucks. I've had to restart my project 3 or 4 times. Not on Twitch, but before I started streaming. The current incarnation of my game is the 4th iteration. And I thankfully haven't had to restart again. Every time you restart, it's like you kind of go back in time and redoing things over again. I don't really like that. Why does it say I've... Oh, right, this is the one. It's can't listen. Yeah, well, hopefully at least you can reuse much of your previous incarnation's work, and so that it goes faster the next time. I couldn't benefit from that because every time I started over, I'm like I did change what I wanted to do. So like the last iteration was, now it's going to be a Twitch integrated game on AWS, and before that it was going to be a LAN-based thing only, and before that it was single player. So every time I start over, I change what it is, and I almost have to start over from scratch. You know, I really don't need to switch here, because the only thing we need to do is, if we're not listening, we should try to ask. If we're asking, we just wait until we're told, right? I guess we could detect a timeout. Yeah, so let's just simplify this. We'll say, if we're not listening, then we're going to start listening. I just realized we have not set up the WebSocket delegates to receive responses from Twitch. So we're going to need that in a minute, right? To move the state. To simplify the testing, I think I'm going to expose the state through a test hook, which is just a function that spies on the internal state. So coordinator.hpp, let's add a spy hook here. Right here. Bool is Golem listening to pub/sub. And is Golem asking to listen? Actually, asking to listen, we can look at the side effect of it actually sending a message on the WebSocket. Listening, though, we'll need a hook for that. Okay, so I won't need this now, but I'll need it later. Let's just, since I'm here, I'll declare it right here. Return an indication of whether or not the golem is thinks it's listening to topics on Twitch pub/sub. Return. Oh, hey there, kitty. The kitty's standing there meowing. And then he just ran into the other room as one of my kids walked by. Okay. An indication is returned. Wow, it's been 3 hours. I haven't gotten up to take a break in the whole time. This is slow. I thought I would get further in 3 hours. I always think I'm going to get further in 3 hours. Everything takes long times. So this is just going to say return impl golem.pub/sub state is golem pub/sub states listening. There we go. Yep, I should stretch. I need to find a good pause point here. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Let me add the unit test. I'll pause for a stretch break after I get it to start listening. So where's my test? Here it is. So we're gonna arrange another test, but I can use the helper that I had set up earlier, right? So this is going to be ask to listen on topics. The arrange is going to use my helper, which is await initial pub/sub connection. Okay, and we're not telling it no this time. We're actually waiting for it to request it, and we're going to complete that request. How do I do that again? Oh, it's already completed if it's... Yeah, right, the WebSocket's already going if we get to that point. So then don't I get it back? I can just make this return the WebSocket. That would be... Do we need the WebSocket? How did I do this before? I did this in add connection, didn't I? Add connection. Connection context. Do I have a connection context here? What is that? It's a connection request. What's the difference between a connection request and a connection context? Oh, this is the web gate, and the other one was what? This is a lot more complicated. How do I do this? This has got some of the same things as a connection request. Hold on. Maybe these are the most important things. The delegate context, the connection, and the WebSockets. So this thing, yeah, it's got the same things in it. How do I do this? It's that the other thing had helpers that I liked. This connection context had helpers that I liked. This send text message. Can I make a connection context from a connection request? They're in the same common test framework. Why don't I have this? Oh, and this is legacy stuff. Look at that. I don't think I even need that anymore. What is this? Mock Twitch connections context. Mock Twitch connection? Oh, this is TMI. Yeah, that's the messaging interface, the chat. Oh, right. This one has the idea, the notion of a connection context. The mock WebGate has the connection request. Let me think if I can bridge the two. What if I'm surprised I haven't done this before. There should be like an add connection from WebSocket request or something. Yeah, let me make one. We will add it here. Add connection, well, make a get connection from WebSocket request. And I suppose we just use the last one. Started over 4 times, yeah. I've been trying to make this game since like 1998 or something like that. When I was in school. So the first version was like, 1998. It was like MS-DOS or something. And it just became a big spaghetti code mess. And so then I redid it on Windows. And I got pretty far, but it was a single-player game. And I didn't have the motivation to keep going because it's a single-player game and didn't really know anybody. So I'm like, I should make this a yeah, the third incarnation is after I got married and had kids, I'm like, let's make a game that the kids can play. So I wanted to make it multiplayer, but it was only going to be the kids playing, so it'd be like a local area network game. And then it was just, again, too hard to stay motivated. So then when I started streaming on Twitch, I'm like, let's take that idea for the game and just completely put it online and let everybody in the world play it. And then we'll stream the development. And that's where we are today. Let me make this thing right here. Put that there. Common. That. Okay, so the difference here will be... I think the delegate contexts are all set up in the mock... in the make connection. Yeah, this sets up the delegates and everything, right? It might not be the way I like it, though. It does have... text messages received. Where is that? Oh, this is different. It's gonna be hard to bridge these then, because the other thing, going back this connection context thing is just organized differently and has a delegate context which has this stuff. Okay, I'm not gonna bother then. So goodbye, make connection from this one. We're just going to try to use the other what am I trying to say? This thing. We'll just return that which is one of these. Connection request. By reference, maybe? I can do that because... No, I can't. If the ref vector changes, we're screwed, right? Can I make a copy of this? They are shared pointers. I could make a copy of it, couldn't I? We're just copying the pointers then. Yeah, let's do that. So we're just going to return a connection request. We're going to return mock webgate connection 0. Sure. I might change this later to like just use the top one or something. I don't know. This is mock webgate : : Oh, if we have asserts, we can't do that. Well, actually, the other tests do these asserts, right? So I don't need this then, because the other tests this already for me, and I don't need these either. Where do I check that elsewhere in the test? I test check it there. There's the answer. All right, so I don't need to check this again. We just do that. All right, so then I get one of these out here. Const auto pub sub equals that. And the act will be just to wait another cycle, right? It should just, we should be getting a message right away. The listen message. So, and I guess we do want to wait an additional one. The assert would be that we should have received a text message. So that was in this shared text messages received. Yeah, this format is old. I much preferred what I had in connection context, where I had JSON values. We'll work around it though. So I'm going to expect equal. It's a standard vector of strings. Okay. Let's process the messages as JSON values, because that's what we expect, right? So, standard vector. By the way, do I have include vector? I don't. Let's get JSON also. JSON value. All right, and then JSON value messages, and then we'll say for const auto message string in pub sub dot shared text messages received messages push back message string JSON value from encoding message string. Yes, and then so we're going to expect this from messages. Fighting my editor here. Stop it, editor. Okay, so what do we expect for the messages? I expect a JSON object, which has a type, which is listen, right? Listen. Oh, the nonce is going to be random. Okay, so it'd be better just to not use the vector and just wait for the listen. Yeah, so I don't need that. Instead, we're going to get a message is there, and then let's have a make sure it's only sent once. Listen found false. If message type is listen, expect false for listen found, and then listen found is true, and expect it to be true outside here. So that, don't need that. Expect true. So make sure we get a listen, right? And then we're going to expect the data to be, we can pre-calculate that at least, right? I'm going to need to know my own channels, a numeric. Ooh. Put that in a configuration item, I guess. I could just look it up, but that's more complicated. I could just put that in the configuration. So let me do that. I'm going to need, yeah, let's just put it in here, ID. And my ID I can get from my own chat. Where's one of my own chat messages? There it is. I am ID 629664. Hey there, that noob. I just saw you chat. Hi. Is that really my ID, or is that, do I have another digit? Oh, there's another couple digits. 77. 6296647 is my ID. So let me put that into the test framework too before I forget. So that's download. Let's edit it. Right, so looks like I'm missing some stuff from the sample configuration. That's fine, we can be missing stuff. There's an ID, and I saved that. That's configuration 55, so I'm going to push it back into the game. Well, that's disappointing. Refresh is taking a while in my Windows Explorer. What will be PubSub used for? It is for receiving bit notifications, channel point redemptions, and subscriptions. So what Stream Elements and Streamlabs will do for you, I'm trying to do that in my game now. Hold on, I gotta drink water. So for example, there might be a channel point reward to trigger an in-game event. So I'd want my game to know that you redeemed it and automatically trigger the in-game event, as an example. But I'd also like to use it to make my own custom overlay and get rid of Stream Elements. All right, so let me download it to make sure. There it is. All right, so the ID is in there, and I'm gonna want to put it here too. So Twitch here. I can put whatever I want, but I'm just gonna put the same ID. Okay, so the ID being present, we can count on it in. Oh wait. The PubSub needs to iterate this too then, right? Yeah. Because potentially I might have other channels we want to enable the bot on, and we want to receive notifications for all those channels, right? Oh, but we need an OAuth token for each account, don't we? Yeah. So what we'll have to do is we'll have to go through all the channels that are enabled and see if we have an OAuth token for that user. I guess I'll use the name, because it's easy to have a key on the name than to have a key on the ID. Yeah. Actually, then we have to have a different listen for every user. What if I just keep this simple now? And that would mean that I don't want to put it in channels. I want to put it outside. Yeah, let's do that. So I'm going to change what I was doing. I'm going to put the ID outside and just put it here. Let's say pub sub channel ID. Just keep it simple. If later I have pub sub on multiple channels, then I have to have it has to be more complicated. So just keep it simple. So that moves to here. Get rid of that comma. That's pub sub ID. Channel ID. And then download and put it here too. Right here. Oh. X. Get rid of the comma. Paste. Pub sub channel ID. Comma. Save that. Where's my Windows Explorer? F5. Configuration 57. Upload it. Check it out. Pub sub channel ID. Good. All right. Okay, so then it's going to be, what are we expecting from the listen message then? Topics. It's actually a JSON object. JSON object, right? Of some kind from message data. I should also expect some kind of nonce. So let's just do it the easy way. Expect false that as a string. Let's pull this out and say const auto nonce is a standard string cast of message nonce. And then expect false of that being empty. That's all I can really expect now, right? How long can my nonce be? They don't say. So I'll probably just use my typical thing where I have a random token generator to do it. Okay. Topics is a JSON array of some kind. Dot, dot, dot. And then auth token should be our token. Well, right now I'm going to see what I can get away with using the bots token. I don't know if this is going to work. We'll redesign it if it doesn't work. We're thinking that I need to have a token that matches the channel number. But we'll see if I can do it with a token of my bot if my bot is a mod in the channel, maybe it'll work. I don't know. So the topic we're going to try is channel points. So that is this. Channel dash points dash channel dash v1 dot, and the channel ID is this number. There. What's wrong with the syntax? I don't know. This looks right to me. So it might need an extra set of parentheses. No. Oh, I know what it is. Token doesn't exist. Token we have to set up in advance. Oh, didn't I just put a legacy token called let me in, didn't I? Not in that file, but in this one. Let me in. Yeah. Just use the legacy token that we have. Sure. Well, actually, I'd rather set it up in this fixture. Yeah, let's set up in this fixture. So the setup would, yeah, okay. I already had it set up to go here. OAuth token. We'll just make token a test variable, a variable local to the test fixture. So properties, standard string token const that equals I don't know, that how about Irish for Irish John? Token is Irish. Just needed a random string. Okay, so we'll expect it to show up in the auth token for the listen. Right, so that's what we're going to do next. If this works, then I need to test receiving a notification, and we'll just have the notification just log something for now. Yeah, thank you for the follow. By the way, that follow is a webhook in Twitch to Stream Elements. I eventually want to do that myself. So, why did this not... Okay, we're done building. I was just thinking. Run the test. It's going to fail. Because we don't actually get a message on the WebSocket. So, we have to actually add that code. And thank you for that follow. I appreciate it. Yeah, so this is where I had the place to do it, right? If we're not yet listening, I want to actually send something to the WebSocket. So that is pub sub arrow send text JSON object of some kind to encoding, and that's it, right? And it'll be type listen nonce, which we haven't declared yet, and then data is a JSON object which has a topics, right? Topics, which is JSON array. And then an auth token, which is our token. Okay, so token is somewhat easier. We get that from our credential. So we will put it right here. Const auto token is impl get credential Twitch OAuth. Nonce, I wanted to make a random string for that, and we're not going to need to store it right now, but I'll need it later. So, but for now, we can just store it here. Nonce is... I had a utility for this, right? Ran a token or something. Generate random token. There we go. And it just needs a length. Do I care how long the token is? I mean, I guess I can just make it configurable. Token. Oh, I have random token length. But that's kind of long, though. Twitch link token length. What if I just add it here? I'd rather add it under Twitch, though. Yeah, let's add it here. Where to put it? Pub sub nonce length. How long do they make it? It's hard to say because we don't know how the encoding, but like if it's base 64, how many bytes would that be? Maybe 12. 12. Just guessing. So then I'm going to want it here too. And then the configuration, of course. Download, edit. Copy there to there. And then write it back. I'm already wanting a more convenient way to do this. I had to drag it back here, and then I've always been double checking to make sure it's in there. I don't think I need to do that. But there it is. Okay, so there's our configuration item. So that is Twitch config that. Oh, and that needs to be a size T, so I need to actually grab that. Knots length. So size T knots length. Let's make it some kind of default here just in case. And then we're gonna do scanf. The buffer is that as a string, and then turn it into a C string, and then the format is %ZU, and then the where we put the number is knots length. All right. Why is this still a problem? Twitch config is not declared. Oh, because that was passed in as an argument. Let's pass it in. Pub sub work. Pub sub work. Right. There. There. Wait a minute, what am I doing? I'm writing it to the wrong one. I'm not paying attention. It's pub sub work with connection. That goes there. That doesn't go there. Goes here. There we go. And then I need to pass it here. So that's Twitch config. There we go. All right. I think that's all I need to do. See if it works. The other thing I could do in the test is to verify that the nonce is the correct length. But it's more work. Do I care about doing that right now? I hit the wrong button there. I want to go there and see what the error is. Okay, and didn't get a message. So I'm guessing that the message is just doesn't have a type listen. Or it never sent it. Let's put a breakpoint there and a breakpoint where we actually send it. And debug. Nope, it never even got in there. Why not? Let's see if it gets that far. Nope. So it's never getting into here? Did it even store the connection? Let's go here. Yeah. Oh, did we not wait long enough? It should go back up. Go away. It should go back up to here. Yeah, it did. And then into here. Well, now it's doing it. Okay, I'm guessing that the main function is not waiting long enough. So we wait for the connection attempt. We get it. So oh, I know what it is. There's another thread in. Yeah, to get the message received, we have to wait for that. So that would be pub sub dot ws client, I think. Don't I have a Oh, no, it's connection client. Connection client. Wait for one loop there. Because it's multi-threaded, you gotta be careful. Did it get there? Don't want the breakpoint there anymore. Or there. Okay, it's actually gonna send some... Nope, it's not. Where is the main thread? This is the main thread. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. It got there too. It got there and there's no messages received. Oh, there is a message received. I see it there. How come... Oh, it did get in here. I see. It's the wrong... Okay, so this was getting further than I thought. Well, now it's not. Okay, so there is some kind of race. What do I do here? Maybe this needs to be server. I always get these two confused. Which end is which that we gotta wait on. Wait a minute. Hold on, it's true, but this was failing. Okay, so there's some kind of race. Me and my waiting for worker loops is kicking my butt today. Yeah, this is filled by the client, I think. Right, these delegates are given to... Oh no, they're given to the server. Yes, so it would be connection server then. Let me double check something. Wait for messages. This is when we're waiting for something, waiting for the server end to write something. So I do have it. It's the connection. It's the other way around here. It's connection, or client connection, because we are simulating the server. The game is the client. There we go. Hey there, Thompson. I'm getting confused with my own test code. How are you today? I have some kind of race condition in here. It's sometimes passing and sometimes failing. See, it's always failing on that line unless I hit debug, and then it fails on a different line. Now it's failing on all the way down here. Oh, too far. Now I can't even see where it is. Right here. It's failing on that line now instead. I need to be careful about this. So the fact that we get something not crash means that it does connect. I guess what I can do is I can see how far the other thread gets here by the time we reach here. Okay, now where's the other thread? This is going to be hard to find. It's one of these threads. Finding a needle in a haystack. Is this it? No. Not this one. Okay. Race condition? Yeah, there's a race condition somewhere. Which thread is the race condition in? I don't know. I want to find the coordinator's worker thread right now. That's the coordinator. That's the mock. It's one of these. Is it this one? Maybe. Yeah, okay. It's this one. So then, what am I looking at now? I want to know if it actually sent the message yet or not. That's what I want to see. So I can look here, and I can look at pub sub. Client? No, shared. Text received 0. Okay, so it didn't receive one yet, and then I go to here, and it might have by at this point. But definitely after there, it would have. And it's still 0. Interesting. Stop and restart. And I didn't put the breakpoint on. I'm dumb. Okay, right here. Debug. Sub shared pointer. So it did receive a message there. But if I restart and I go once, it didn't necessarily send it. What if I switch this to server? I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be this client end we let run once, but I could be wrong. I also might need to wait more than one loop here. I can't remember. Nope. This is just a shot in the dark. Do I have to wait 2 loops? It sent 2 messages. Oh, because I didn't change its state. Yeah, that's one bug. It shouldn't send 2 messages, so I can fix that one. That's easy. After we send this one, I should set the state. In fact, I should send it. I should set it before we send the message. Pub states await asking to listen. There. It shouldn't send a second one. Okay, so then why do I have to wait 2 loops of the worker thread, though? That's what I don't understand. This one triggers the connection, right? Then this one should have triggered going into work with connection, where it will send the text. What is send? Send text goes into the WebSocket. Send frame. Oh, wait a minute. What is... Okay, let me dive all the way down here. It should go to the connection and send the data, right? And the way the mock connection works, send data, puts it on a queue to be sent. Oh, okay. So it would need to be the... wait a minute. Which... It's shared between... Okay, it's shared between one part of the connection and the other. That's what the shared is. Oh, there's a peer. Ooh. Right, so we're waiting on the on the client end. Okay, so that does need to be in the test. Where are we? It does need to be connection wait for one loop. So the question, the thing is, if I get to here, it should the message should already be waiting for me. If it's not, then I got an issue. So debug. Now let me look at pubsub shared. No, pubsub connection client. Where did I put the? Is it there? That one's shared. Work to be. Then the work queue is empty. I know what I can do. I can put a breakpoint there and see if that actually gets hit here. Nope. And that time it did. So there is a race of some kind. Wait. Okay, now it's... I don't understand this at all. So now it's different. So what's the main thread doing right now? That's what I want to know. It's waiting for the worker loop to complete. Okay. So why am I not always hitting that then? Let me get to a situation where it doesn't hit that breakpoint first. Yeah, okay, now what is the other thread doing? Because it should have sent it by now. What is it doing? I have to find it now. It's not that one. Not that one. It's this one. It's waiting. Why did it not run yet? Because the main thread already did wait. So why didn't it send anything? It already did wait. Why does it need to wait a second time? I guess I can see where that... Well, this is going to be hard to see, though. Screw it. Maybe I need to take a break and get... clear my head for a minute. That's what I'm going to try to do. So it's been 4 hours. Good time to take a break anyway. I'll just take 3 minutes. 3-minute break, and then maybe my head will clear, and I'll come at this from a fresh point of view. I'll be right back. You thought I'd be late, didn't you? All right. Do I have a fresh perspective on this? Not really, but that's okay. PubSub work. PubSub work. Oh, it will take 3 loop. No, it should only take 1 loop. The first loop it runs through, it should do this. Hold on. The setup does what? Okay. This wait will make sure that this setting, which is checked out here, golem work, right here. Oh, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Sorry that this is taking me a while to figure out. When we change the PubSub to true and we wait 1 loop, that forces it to run through this the first time. This will be false, this will be false, so it should run into that, right? I'm wondering if... No, when we get the connection feature, it's no longer valid, right? So it won't go through that a second time. You know, no idea what I'm doing. I'm trying to fix a race condition in a test that is implementing the Twitch PubSub stuff. So Twitch PubSub is for having a service like the game I'm working on receive notifications from Twitch when certain things happen. Like what I would like to see is whenever we have a channel point redemption happen in my channel, right? I want my game to be notified. So what we have to do is we have to open a WebSocket connection to Twitch and request to listen for the channel point reward redemption event, right? So I'm trying to test the part of my game's code where when PubSub connection is enabled, we have to attempt the connection. If it's time, which it should be, there's where I make the connection to the WebSocket, and then the next loop through we're connected, so it should say we're not yet listening, so send the listen message. So it's the timing of that in my test I'm trying to figure out. So in here's where we enable the PubSub. We wait 1 loop, so it should make the connection, and we get the connection. I think that part's right. Then the next step is I'm doing another loop because this needs to return out of that and come back in and send the text. And then sending the text puts it on a queue in this connection, client end of this connection. So I'm waiting a loop for it to be transferred to the text messages received part. Let me verify that that is actually where I think it is, because that might be the problem, right? It's in the text delegate, so the receiver for which one? This delegate. So for the server end, yeah. That makes sense. So yeah, this doesn't look like it's wrong, but we're getting a race condition where the message isn't actually received yet. I mean, I could hack it for now. The hack is to wait twice here, and then it always gets down into there, and I just hate the idea of hacking this. But if I hack it, then it at least gets in there, and I just need to look for what's the difference here. Oh, this topics list is empty. That's the problem. Why is the topics... Oh, the topics list is empty because I never filled it in. Yeah. I would really like to know, why do I have to wait 2 loops of the coordinator for it to actually get the message in the pipe? That I just don't get. Why do I need to wait 2 loops? We have a WebSocket on exit from that, which means that it must have at least done this much. And this actually waits for that to happen, right? Well, it does that, which should get it. And that is called from here. So if we're at this, we're at the inside this function when we get to here, and this actually waits for the whole loop to finish. So it should return all the way out here by the time this is done. Then when we wait again, it should at least run through once and go into here and say, no, we're not listening. So then send a text. So it should at least put it into the WebSocket, the client end of the WebSocket, right? Then why do I have to wait another one and then wait for the client end of the WebSocket to run? That I don't get. Unless I need to wait for both ends. What happens on the mock connection? Can't understand everything. That's fine. I do speak a little bit quickly, yeah. Some people just listen to this channel for the sound of my voice. But yeah, I'm doing what's called rubber ducking. I'm doing what's called rubber ducking, which is while working, I'm explaining what I'm doing as if I was talking to a rubber duck in front of me. And the concept behind that is that if you can explain to an inanimate object what you're doing, then it helps your brain process whether or not you understand what you're doing, and if not, that doubt kind of gets you to question yourself and then review your work. And if you can explain it to an inanimate object, it's also you're also demonstrating that you could explain that you understand it, and that you could explain it to someone who might have questions, and then you delve more deeply into it, which is what the whole point of me doing dev stuff on Twitch is. Rubber duck debugging, not rubber ducking. Okay, sorry, Nui. I'll give you a point. Rubber duck debugging. That if I am explaining what's going on to an inanimate object like a rubber duck, that my explanations are part of the debugging process, because I'll hopefully catch something when I'm explaining it. That will let me find the bug here. Rubber ducking is fine. Why do I have to wait 2 loops? I don't get it. I'm pretty sure that's right. Okay, one experiment would be, if this assumption is wrong and I have to wait for the server end, will doing that cause the test to get into here? That's all I really care about, is do I get into there? No. So that's not the solution. Client. Yeah, that's not it either. So there's some reason I have to wait 2 loops. I really don't want to have to do that, though. The other tests, how often did they have to wait? The connection one, right? Waited 1 loop. Oh, forgot about that. We forgot to wait for that. That's the problem. Okay, that's the problem. No, wait a minute. What do I do in here? Oh, I don't. That's it. That's it. I have to actually wait on this guy. Yes, that's the solution. We have the WebSocket request is asynchronous, and we're not waiting for that. This just waits for it to start. We have to wait for it to finish. I need to do. Why is that a problem? Pointer to a bound function may only what? What? We're calling it down here. dot. Okay, it's just confused. We'll just do a wait. Yeah, there we go. And then I only need one loop here. So this should just work now. Or it should get to that breakpoint now. Debug. Yes. Okay, cool. Figured it out. Solve the race condition by waiting for the connection to be established on the web gate and then returning the connection request now that it's been established, not while we're waiting for it to be established. Okay. So is that, yeah, this is actually the first test that really needs the connection to be established first. So then, is that why I had two waits here before as well? No, that was because the first one starts the process of connecting and then... Actually, why did I have two loops here? I don't think that's actually needed. I think I'm just doing that while I was trying to debug something else. Nope. I guess it is required. I don't remember why, but it has something, it has to do with something else. I really hate seeing two lines like that. This turns it on. This will run it once. Oh, right. It was run it once to see if it's time to connect. And then run it again to actually connect. No, that's not right. What? Yeah, shouldn't that be... Shouldn't we hit that right away? Yeah, let me run this with one loop and see where does it fail. Oh, it's down here. Oh, did it have to do with sampling the time? Oh, right. That needs to go there. It needs to sample the time once it's connected, or once it made a connection attempt, then change the time and sample it again. Yeah, that's what it was. There we go. Fixed it. Now it's not doubled. They're each for a reason. This is to let this sink in. This is to let it sample the time before I change it, then sample it after we changed it, then sample it after we change it again. Right. And all the... Yeah, so it matches this now. Good. So this should still pass. And then this one should get down into here. This is still wrong because I never set up that topic. So let me fix that. The topic we want was channel points, right? And I'm not going to copy from the test. I'm going to copy from here. Where is it? Channel points. Channel points and the channel ID, right? So we need to fill in the channel ID, which we have in a configuration item, right? So that will be a string. I don't have string extension. Excuse me. Don't have string extensions included. Now I do. String extensions sprintf. And then I need to fill in my channel's ID here. So that's as a size t Twitch config pub sub channel ID. Done. Run. Now it's not working? What? What did I do? Now it's not even getting in there? Just when you think you fixed something, it breaks again. Arg. So what? It's only getting here when I debug and not normally? Yeah, so there's another race condition. Don't you love it? This should be waiting for the connection now. Wait one more loop. I keep thinking I have this one backwards. That I need to do that. But I don't think that that's right. It could be right, though. No, it's obviously not right. Well... This hack again? I just want to see the test pass at this point. There we go. But why do I need to wait 2 loops? Let me see what happens when we get here. By this point, we should have... It should be sent. Actually, then I can go back to testing this. One of these... That breakpoint should be hit first. Always. And it's not. Weird. Sometimes it's hitting that first, and sometimes it's hitting the other one first. What's the main thread doing right now? Waiting for it, probably. Yeah. Go up the chain here, I guess. So... It's this signal worker loop completed that matters, I believe. Yeah, we've made a promise. So that means the main thread is waiting for us. So why would there be a race anymore? The only thing I can think of is sometimes we get in here early before the main thread starts to wait. Is that possible? That might be. Let me think about this. This should delay us. Hmm. Okay, I'm being distracted a little bit. You mistaken bike shedding and said painting the shed instead, which means something completely different. It does. I really want to figure this out before I continue. It's sometimes hitting there first, and sometimes hitting there first, which is really weird. This should block us until this happens, but it's not. This will block until after we've completed... And actually, wait a minute. I was assuming we were waiting for that get to finish, but maybe that's not true. Okay, what are we waiting for in the main thread here? We're waiting for connection established to be signaled. That is signaled where? And that's this one. Right here. in make connection. Oh, so it is synchronous, right? Yeah. It'll be synchronous. This make connection will set that. Okay, so then I really didn't need, it's not actually done in a, it's done in the coordinators thread. So I do need this wait here. This wait blocks until this happens. Okay. So they're synchronized, the two threads are synchronized at these 2 points, roughly speaking. And then this thread, when it continues, it will leave the loop and then loop one more time. Oh, that's what it is. What if it didn't leave this loop yet? Let's say the main thread is faster. We wake up first. And then we want one more loop to happen. I think, okay, so then it would, the problem might be if the worker loop is slower. If the worker loop is slower, then, no, it must be, if we didn't get a message, that means the main thread was faster. So this, the way this works is it's, how come I can't click into there? It sets this worker loop completion promise while holding the mutex. Oh, is the problem that I'm not locking the mutex in the coordinator? That, I didn't double check that. Oh, I think that's what it is. Oh no, it locks it. It does lock it. Okay, never mind. We do lock the coordinator's mutex there. And then the other thread locks it here. So when the main thread calls that, we will have set this worker loop completion. And then in this worker thread, stop, go away. Right, it's in this make, right, if worker loop completion is not null, this will be true, which means that we'll set it there. So if we started waiting a worker loop early, this will be false, and it'll have to go one more entire loop through the golem work before it wakes up the main thread. So the only thing I can think of is the main thread is too fast, and for some reason the wait was completed too early. This should be false though. This, do I have these backwards? I think I have these backwards. That needs to go there. That might be it. I have to stop debugging. There we go. Actually, if I do that, I might not even need that. Well, there we go. Now it's always pass. It's gonna pass until it doesn't. How do I prove that I fixed the race condition? Let me see if I understand what the race condition was. If I wait one loop first and then wait for that future, it doesn't make sense to me. Unless maybe this is set up before the first connection attempt? I don't know. Let's see. Where am I going? I'm going here. It's tied to, it's the future of this promise. And it's set up when we construct everything. And that's set when on the first connection request. If we get all the way down here, so we've already verified all this stuff. So it's on the first good connection. It sets that promise. So why would waiting a loop first cause a problem then? I don't get, that's what I don't get. So now it's going to fail sometimes, yeah. But maybe sometimes pass, depending on the timing of the two threads. No, it's just always failing. It's always too fast. Worker, the main thread is too fast. Why is it too fast? It shouldn't even matter. Like, what if I comment that out completely? Yeah, that alone is not enough. It needs to wait one more after the connection. Oh, wait. Is that it? I think that might be it, but I'm not sure why. So after this is done, and we fall out of here, it waits one more, which would have queued up the message. But then, sure. We're waiting an extra one, right? Why do I have to wait for a second one? A second extra one there? I know that makes it work. I really am comfortable not understanding why. It doesn't break anything else. Should I just go on, even though I don't understand exactly why? Yeah, I'm spending too much time on it. Let me just leave myself a note. Fix me, maybe? Fix me. I don't understand why we need to wait one more loop. The, await initial pub sub connection already forces the await for one worker thread loop after the WebSocket is connected. So at this point, the listen should already have been queued up. I don't understand why. Okay, I'm just going to move on with a little fix me. With the fix me out of the way, this is always passing, so we're always at least listening. So I should verify that we can actually receive back something. And then what I want to do is run it with the real Twitch pub sub and see what I actually get for the bots token in my channel. I'm going to guess it's going to give me an error, but we'll find out. I guess we can simulate that. I would want to observe the side effect of knowing what the pub sub state is in. Oh, I already made a hook for that, right? Coordinator HPP. Yeah, that. So that'll either be true or false depending on the answer we give to the client, right? And we can try Different nonce? It's not. That's okay. So, listen on topic success and fail. So either way, you know what I think I'll do? I'll just build this into this function here. So I have the fix me in one spot. Right here. The weight above already should have already forced a wait for when the request after the WebSocket was connected. So at this point, listen should already have been yeah. I don't need to say that. All right, and then yeah, technically we don't have to act to the listen should happen immediately. So this one though, we will have gotten a listen, so we're going to want to send back. So that's pub/sub.con WebSocket server send text JSON object to encoding. See you, Irish John. Sorry that it takes me a while to work through some of these bugs, and I still have that one that I don't understand. I get caught up on things like kind of obsessed with fixing a problem when I encounter it, which I think slows me down, but I just like to understand everything. I hate skipping over something saying, oh, I don't know why that's happening. We'll just ignore it. But I know that can cause the stream quality to suffer. Okay, so this would be the other way around, right? We're going to have to wait for the server to go a loop. And the message, we need to simulate what Twitch would say in a success. And that is down here, right? Right, response with a blank error, right? Empty if there's no error. Okay, so it's type response. And we have to echo back the nonce, which means I have to get the nonce. Well, I'll do that in a minute. And then error is an empty string. Okay, so if I want the nonce, then it's the other way around. I need to let that go. Actually, I should have let that go already. And then found it. So doing this part here. And I don't need that per se. We're just going to get the nonce out, right? So there's the nonce. That's all I need. So we can break at this point. All right, and then we just echo back the nonce. The other test before this verified that we should get a nonce. And then the assert is to just look at the test hook, right? So expect true for coordinator is listening to pub/sub. All right, so this will fail because we're not interpreting any text messages from the Twitch pub/sub yet, because I didn't set any delegates in the WebSocket. Right, so there is no actual value. Actually, I'm kind of curious, what are the nonce values here? We don't need that one. What's the nonce value? Just a random string of 16 characters? Sounds good to me. And we don't need any of that? Okay. So, to set the delegates, where am I going to do this? I'm going to cheat and look at what the coordinator does internally on a make connection, pending connection, process server connections. Here we go. When it's ready, set WebSocket delegates. Yes, I'm going to steal this code. So, what are we doing here? Oh, that's a weak pointer for some reason, and we set up some delegates so we know when the WebSocket is closed or we receive something, and we just, yeah. So this is what I want. I want this stuff. And I want that over here when the connection succeeds. So that's here. Got a WebSocket, we set up our delegates. Let me make that another function. So so we want to name this pub sub, right? Pub sub set WebSocket delegates. Pub sub, so we go right here, right? Golem set WebSocket delegates, pub sub in front. And then paste there, and then let me just grab this name, go to where that is declared, and paste it. Without the namespace prefix, we're just declaring it. All right. And then I don't need any other arguments, right? It doesn't really matter what the time is or what the configuration is. So set up the callbacks to be made whenever Twitch pub sub sends us a message or closes the WebSocket connection. And there are no arguments required. All right. So then where were we? This one. Okay, so do I need a context? I kind of do, don't I? Don't I already have a context we could use? Oh, I think this is where I use the Twitch delegate. So maybe I want the Twitch, maybe I want to put stuff into the Twitch delegate. Yeah. So that I have a Twitch delegate, which the golem holds onto, and that's used to share state with these callbacks. So I probably want to move stuff in there. So what would the callbacks need? I need the pub sub state. I don't need the disconnect or back off, do I? No, I don't need those. But I would need pub sub in there. Don't I? I could capture that with a weak pointer. In fact, I could capture all of that I want with a weak pointer, so I might as well just move that to the, yeah. So let's move this one and the state to the Twitch delegate. That's here, actually, right in here. So all these other things in here, go right there. Oh, this is all TMI related, so it's got confusing variables. I'm probably going to want to split this up between Twitch messaging and PubSub, but I can do that later. So if I move that, then a lot of this code needs to change, right? So it's not PubSub, it's Twitch delegate PubSub. Like there and there. And then there, and there and there, and there. So the idea behind this is we can share it with the callbacks. So I'm going to share it with the callbacks like this. Twitch delegate. I can do that, right? I can't because it's not a variable. I need to get a variable. How about... I could use a weak pointer, then... Yeah, that might be smart. So, standard weak pointer to Twitch delegate. Twitch delegate weak is Twitch delegate. And then we will capture the weak pointer and then make it strong again out here. So, const auto Twitch delegate is Twitch delegate weak dot lock. If it's null, we just leave. Hey there, Oblivioner. What are the 8 errors? Probably these red squigglies because I'm in the middle of renaming. I took this code, I stole it from somewhere else, and I haven't fixed it up yet. Like this context needs to be changed to Twitch delegate. So we can let's ignore the errors for now. Is the type not the same? Why does it not? Oh, probably because I don't have memory included. Probably doesn't know what the heck a weak pointer is, unless I do memory, right? Yeah, now it's okay with that. Okay, so then, once we recover the strong pointer from the weak pointer, it'll be null if it got deallocated in the interim. So we would just ignore the callback if the delegate has been destroyed. And then otherwise then I just use the delegate. Okay, so this is where I need to change stuff, right? I would say Twitch delegate on pub sub WebSocket closed, which doesn't exist yet. Let's add that. It needs to be in the delegate though, so it needs to be in here. I guess we'll put it at the end here. No, this isn't the delegate. What am I thinking of? It's the indented part here. Okay. I guess I'll put it here. Void on pub sub WebSocket closed. This is called if Twitch closes its end of the WebSocket connection for pub sub. Okay, and I'll place where that goes there. So it's coordinator, golem, Twitch delegate. On pub sub. So let's mark that to do. So that satisfies this constraint there. I think I'm going to move where this is defined into the other file. I think that makes sense. So I would put it up here then. Yeah, let's put it here. Yeah, we can do that. We could put it in whatever file we want. We just need to declare it in the right place. Then we can do that. Okay, and this should satisfy the requirement here. Right, so I need to do the same thing. So we capture the weak pointer on text messages. I don't care about binary messages. We probably won't be receiving them. And then we set the delegates by saying pubs Twitch delegate pub sub set delegates and then move in the delegates. Okay, so then the same way to recover the delegate there. And then I'm just going to pass the data, right? What is this time start and junk? Oh, we were collecting metrics before. Okay, so we don't need to do that. This is just Twitch delegate on pub sub WebSocket text. And then we'll just pass the data, right? Yep. Actually, I can do the conversion from JSON here. We're always going to get JSON, right? So I can say JSON value from encoding data. So it's already in JSON format. Okay, so then we're going to declare that right here. And I said it would be JSON, and might as well make it consume it message. Really think you should just focus on making actual content? Okay. If that's what you think. I'm going to continue doing this work because it's important to me. But I appreciate your opinion. So, in message, this is called if Twitch sends us a text message from its end of the WebSocket connection for PubSub. This is the contents of the message sent by Twitch. All right. Okay. I think all I want to do right now is interpret the response. Oh, I need to know the nonce that we stored too at this point. So, pub sub. I need to record it here somewhere. How about standard string? Actually, what would be the right way to do this is have a lookup table between nonce and some kind of delegate to call. That would be the smart thing to do. What if I do that? So then it would be a unordered map, which is in unordered map. From string to function, which we have, standard function, which we don't need an, yeah, I don't need any arguments. No, I do need arguments. I need the message. Message. No, I'm not in a bad mood. I'm just in the middle of working on this. This is today's task that I planned out today was to connect my game to Twitch pub sub and webhooks. So that's what I'm focused on doing right now. Unordered. So this is the pub sub message handlers, I guess. All right. So these are the functions to call once messages or responses are received. This should be folded. Received from Twitch pub sub with these are the functions to call once responses are received from Twitch pub sub. The keys are the nonce values specified in the original messages. Hey there, Anakin Luke. And Oblivioner, I never said hi to you. And did I miss someone else? YXMkin? You were saying, yeah, you don't know what the heck I'm doing, which I get a lot. You know, that happens. It's like I am building a car with and only showing you a microscopic view of it. That's what I like to think of. It's really difficult to explain everything I'm doing because it's literally over a year of progress towards something that's very large scale, and I'm only working on a little piece of it at a time. All right, so then that means I'm going to want to, for that nonce here where I set it up, I'm going to want to store what we want to do when we get the message back. So Twitch delegate pub sub message handlers nonce equals some kind of function that's going to take our JSON value response and do something with it, right? I think all I really care to do is print the response. So I'm just going to do, oh, I need to capture the Twitch delegate. Twitch delegate weak. You are weak. You are weak, my friend. So this same technique here, where we capture a weak pointer and then we recover it inside the delegate. There. It's probably easier to read if I do that. Okay, and then yeah, for now let's just do a diagnostics message. Diagnostic sender dot send diagnostic formatted string, sure. Level 3 string extensions printf received response for listen, and then we'll just print it out. So that's response.to encoding. Yeah, let's have some encoding options. C string. Oops, that goes there, and let's make some encoding options. So pretty. What happened to my... There we go. Like, what happened to my keyboard? Yes. Oh, is that where I... Yeah, I like this one. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, do I not have string extensions? I do have it. What's wrong with this? What's it telling me here? Oh, I don't need this because that's what the formatted thing that's built in does. Okay, so I don't need that. Just do that. Okay, so to pass the test, though, we basically need to look at if the error... So if response error... let's just get it out. Const auto error equals standard string response error. If error empty... else... I'll probably end up moving that into the else for if it's an error, but for right now, we're just going to print it always, and hopefully they don't echo back my OAuth token in the response. If they do, I'll be really sad. I think they just echo back our nonce and then give a string, right? So if it's an no error, then we want to change our pub sub state to pub sub states listening. Otherwise, it's cannot listen. There we go. Sorry if you hear random noise in the background. I'm in a loud house right now. F8. Okay, so this got moved, right? This is golem dot Twitch delegate pub state. Okay, back to the test. Oh, thank you for that follow. I appreciate it. Okay, so we sent the text. Oh, we need to let it go through. So that, I believe, is waiting a loop on this one. The server end of that. And then it should be received, and then the state should be changed. No. All right. So, did it ever... Oh, wait a minute. I forgot to actually connect the delegates up, right? That I marked to do here. Okay, so basically I need to get an entry. So const auto... well, actually, we're going to remove it if we find it, right? So let's do auto. Pub... What is it named again? Pub sub message handlers. Pub sub message handler equals pub sub message handlers dot find message nonce. Right? If that is that dot end, then let's at least print out that we got an unexpected message. Let's just print it out, right? It's encoded and everything. Like right there. We'll make it a warning. System abstractions diagnostic sender level warning, I guess. Received unexpected response. And then I guess we'll call that... it's always going to be a response, right? No, it could be a message. So we can say received unexpected message. Actually, if we listen successfully, we'll be getting these messages, right? Yeah. In fact, I need to be prepared for that. It's only responses... Oh, that's what I should do. We should see that if the message type is response. But right now we'll do this later. This will be message to encoding. We don't need to say that. We're already in the delegate. Okay, so then otherwise, I guess we can just return early. we're just going to get a copy of the function. So auto message handler, or handler copy, handler function is that second, and then I'm going to remove it. So we do void that.erase the handler, and then we can finally call the handler function standard move message. There. All right. Run. Cool. So I don't think I'm going to get a successful thing with the real pub sub, but I'm willing to try it now. As long as all my unit tests are passing, which they are. Okay, so time to make the release build. I guess in the meantime I can get myself a token if I don't already have one. Oh, I already have a token. Okay. So I have a token we could use with the pub sub. I just need to make sure I enable it. I forgot, did I enable it or not? Nope. Let's enable it. True. And then write that back. The game won't do anything with it yet, but when I restart it, it will. Version 61, upload. Let me make sure it got set. True. Okay, good. How are we doing on the rebuild? Still building. What to do while I'm waiting for this? I guess I can go back to the plan. I could be optimistic and figure that this will actually work, and I can actually set up a bogus channel point redemption. I'll make it super high cost so that people don't spam it at first, and I'll just use it for testing. So let me do that while we're waiting for this to build anyway. Going to my stream manager. Where's the little thing for that? That's under not content. Community? Community channel points. Here we go. Open that in a new window. All right, managing my rewards. Let's add a new custom reward. And we're going to call the reward name test the pub sub. This is just a test to see if the game can detect channel point rewards. Channel point, what is the thing called? A custom reward. Channel point rewards. I'm not going to require text. The cost will be extravagant, so let's say 1 million. And that's it, right? Background color, what do I want? A nice hot pink would be nice. How about that? Okay, how come it's not accepting that color? Okay, it did that. Okay, skip the queue. If enable, only future viewer requests will skip the queue for review. I don't really need it to be in a queue, so maybe we will do the skip. Okay, and then create. Okay, so there should be now a custom channel point award thing. Let's see if I can actually do it. I have infinity, so I can do this. I'm going to redeem it 1 million points there to do it. Okay, so you should have seen that I redeemed the test the pub sub for 1 million. Alright. This built, so it's just good. So worst case, it'll just completely not work at all. Best case, it'll work right away, and then middle case, which I actually kind of expect, is that we'll get an auth error because the token is not for me. And then I'll have to get myself a token from my account and give it to the bot. which I'm okay doing for testing for now, but I'll probably want to store that token separately from the one it uses to chat. So I have no idea why I had this open. Was I in the middle committing some? Forget that. I'm like, what's that window doing open? So stop that, and then, oh, I haven't updated all day? Wow. Serve. Alrighty. Okay, connected, connection established. And it didn't send anything? What? Connecting, connection established. But I don't see any traffic on it. Also, the main game is having trouble staying connected. That could be a HTTPS localhost issue. Indeed it is. So proceed to localhost unsafe. So this should connect now. Alright, so why didn't the pub sub work? It didn't get closed. But it didn't actually get a response from the listen. That's weird. Unless it's in there, I just don't see it. It'd be a level 3 message, wouldn't it? It might be in there, I just don't see it. Huh. I would actually see connection to PubSub broken if they actually hung up on me. I'm not seeing it. It's possible I never connected the Twitch delegate. That would be funny if I never did that and I never noticed. Let me test that, I guess. So let's add some diagnostic messages. Maybe I forgot. Actually, I can just really quickly see if I did that. Twitch delegate diagnostic sender. This, if we never connected that to the rest of the diagnostic system, then that would explain why we never see these messages. And I would be looking in Golem, right? Yeah, subscribe to the main diagnostic sender. Oh, if we're configured. Okay, so we're not connecting it. So I want to connect it always. Don't I? Yeah. So I should just do this at the very beginning. There's no reason why not to do this. Yeah, so that ought to be, where exactly? It's not even TMI work. It's in Golem work. Actually, we should just do it when we set things up. Where do I make the Twitch delegate? Twitch delegate, where are you? Do we just set one up? Where is that initialized? Oh, we just make it from the beginning. So then I can set it up whenever we set up this one's diagnostics, probably in Mobilize. Mobilize. So I set up all the diagnostics here, probably. Where are we doing that? How come I don't see it? There should be a subscribe. Oh, here we go. Yeah. Well, thank you for that follow. Here's where we subscribe them. So right. Actually, I can chain them. So I can There should be a place where I chain. I guess I can do it. I can do it in Mobilize. Why not? I can just do it anywhere here. What if I do it right where we're setting other things up on the golem? Like right here. I can do it. Let's do it early. Hold on. Didn't I set something up the golem in this function? Okay, I did that. Yeah, right here. Let's just do it. I'd rather do it earlier than this. Yeah, let's do it right here. Impl golem dot Twitch delegate how does this work? Diagnostic sender dot subscribe to diagnostics the impl golem diagnostic sender chain. There. That's what was in my clipboard before, right? Yes. Okay. So, that's funny that it probably told me what we were getting from Twitch and it just never told me. It was trying to tell me but never could. Okay, so we're going to stop the server, update it and send, and now we should see what it's doing on the pub sub. I got a bad auth. Look at that. So, looks like I do need to get a token that's for me and not my bot. I can do that. And also, while I'm at it, I should get the scope correct, right? This thing, actually, I can do that first. Yeah, the scope is also wrong. The scope we need was listed here. Channel read redemptions. I don't think I have that scope in here. So let me toss the token we have, revoke it, and then let me add that to the scopes that we ask for. So that's in I always forget this. So let's look for flow in the JS files. Game connection, here we go. Here are the scopes that we ask for. Channel moderate, chat edit, chat read, whispers read. So let's add to that. Channel read redemptions. Is there anything else I want to add while I'm at it here? I could add bits read while I'm at it. Bits read. And then there's channel subscriptions. We could ask that. We could add that. And I already have channel moderate, right? I do have channel moderate. And I have whispers read. I just didn't have bits read or channel subscriptions or channel redemptions read. Alright, so now we'll get the token. I guess I'll try first with my bots token, bot account. Okay. And then I had to do that quickly because the code leaks, and even though it's technically not that bad, you have to know the secret anyway. I didn't want it to just show up on screen, so we have one with the right thing. Now I had this on startup, unfortunately, so I have to stop the server, update and serve again. Actually, I didn't need to update, just serve again, and we should see, does my bot account, can it see my channel? No, I get a bad auth. So I'm guessing I need to do it with my own account. So yeah, I need to get a token with another window off screen, I guess. So let me revoke that one, and let me get one off screen. So to do this right, I got to go to my own local host, 3000, and I gotta log in with the admin key. So I gotta pick the admin key. I don't usually have to do the admin key here because it always gets in there because it's in my local storage. Don't usually have to do it from Firefox in a different window. So projects. And this is going to be the test key. So test key localhost. This one? Yep. So now I'm connected in under another admin connection to the same game. There are two admin connections. You want to see? I'll go to where the other admin is. I need to go to the cavern test, right? And there I am. Let's have this one look like, I don't know, a king. There I am. There's my other admin connection. Also GM. Only this one is gonna get a code from my account and not my bot. So get code. And yeah, my game wants access to me to do a bunch of stuff. Authorize. Look at that, I got a token now. And I shouldn't need this connection anymore, so I'm just going to close it. And then I need to restart the server. Now it's using my account's token. And I'm hoping now that I get... Oh, look, I got success. So, now when the channel point gets redeemed, I should see it show up here as an unexpected message. So, let's try this. I'm gonna do... Why am I on this screen? Oh, yeah, wrong screen. This screen. I'm gonna redeem that test pub sub again. Here we go. Oh, I got it. Look at that. I got it. Nice. So what did I get? What are the juicy secrets that I get out of this? Let's parse it. Yeah, let's grab... Can I just grab... Yeah, grab this. And put it in a file here. And format it as JSON, right? Format. Wait a minute, why do they have a JSON encoded as a string inside of a JSON? Do you guys see what I'm seeing? What the heck? Why do they have a JSON encoded as a string inside of a JSON? Did they actually document that? I'm shocked. Probably returned some other service and just stuffed in there? No, they're supposed to do it this way. I wonder if I screwed it up.
No, it's fine. I was just wondering.
No, like, I'm not doing anything with that message. That's it. It's type message. Oh, wait. No. That's the message. We have to decode it, I guess. Yeah. How ugly. What did they do? Look at that. It's a string. It's not JSON. It's a friggin' string. Okay, so I can clean that up, I guess. So I have to go to message and then decode again, a second step. Why would they do that? Hold on. It's a string. Why? What? Why? Okay, I can handle this. Okay, so this is unnecessary information for now. Although, okay, it's useful to know that I can route things based on the topic. I can route to different handlers, right? And then I can strip off this string and then know where I'm going to route it. Ultimately, we're going to have a string which I need to parse again. So if I do the parsing, how would I guess I would just find and replace all, well, strip off the initial ones, and then replace all, of those with these, and then parse it again. Parse, format. There we go. Okay, it wasn't too terrible. Yeah, but that's just gross. Why would you do a double encoding? Any juicy secrets in here? So there's the ID global identifier. What else do I need to know about it? Okay, so I've seen other streamers deal with this stuff where after you create a custom reward, you kind of have to do it once to see what the ID is, and then I would put that into my configuration to say that this is a certain reward. Or I guess optionally I could use the title. Why do they give me the prompt? Oh, that's what you guys see when you were to redeem it. Okay. It's interesting I get all this junk that I don't really need. They said in some other message type it's not JSON, so it would add more complication to the system to unpack. Aw. Not that much complication. But okay. Maybe I'm being too hard on them. Okay, so what am I going to care about here? This one's unique for every redemption. Okay, and then this is the reward itself, I guess. So if I do it again, I'll probably get a different number here than here. I mean, I bet they document this. I just didn't look closely enough. Yeah, all right, here we go. They only go into some of the fields though. Data about the reward. Okay, and no documentation about what that means. This is probably what someone was meaning earlier in the stream where they said that it's not very well documented. So they just say that this is data about the reward, but they don't document the details of it. And then what is redemption? Data about the redemption. Includes unique ID that the user redeemed it. So that's this one, right? And I guess we would use that if it was in a queue and we wanted to have our code refund the redemption. All right. Status fulfilled. So if it was queued, it would be status queued or something. I'm going to stash this somewhere. Where to stash it? Let's put it on the stage. I don't need to put it into version control. And this is going to be example channel point reward channel point reward message. All right, and then now that we've verified, I need a separate token to run pub/sub. I think I want to have there to be room for another OAuth token. So that means I probably will want to have two things in here, one for the bot and one for the channel, I guess we'll call it. Well, maybe call it channel OAuth and bot OAuth or something like that. Maybe have separate. Maybe have an array of OAuth tokens. Yeah. So I don't feel like working on that today. How much time do I've been going 5.5 hours. This is getting a successful thing from Twitch pub/sub is a good stopping point, I think. Maybe I'll stop here and just check the code in. I need to clean up some stuff, right? It should expect those and interpret it based off of the topic that it is a channel point reward or redemption, and we're not doing that yet. Let me use my to-dos. Okay. So identify messages from pub
sub by topic, and route them to topic message handlers, and then what else to do? Oh, I guess for parse what we care about from various topics. And I need to decide what to do with them. I could leave it open-ended where maybe it just triggers a game system event, and then the Lua code can pick it up from there. I can do whatever I want in Lua. That probably is the most flexible way to do it. So basically turn all topic messages into game system events and let the game systems deal with it. Yeah. Okay. So that means I don't need to parse. So what I need to do instead is route actually, if the I don't need different topic message handlers, do I? Identify messages from pub sub. Identify topic messages from pub sub and route them as game system events. And to test this, let's set up a test game system, which, I don't know. How about, just to make it fun with chat, we'll have it spawns a unique monster in the test dungeon if someone redeems points. Mana. And then we can have another one that maybe sends a message in-game? I don't know. This is where I kind of need chat's help to come up with ideas on what we would do with channel points. The other stuff I want to route to an overlay, which I need to make the overlay anyway, so I'll do that later. I'll figure that out later. Okay, that's at least... that'd be good enough for now. Oh, so the other things I need to do, I just realized, we need to send a ping to Twitch pub sub. Need to send a regular ping. So these are loose ends, I guess, and need to reconnect to pub sub if Pong not received back promptly. And then handle a reconnect requests from pub sub. Actually, it's not a request, it's a message, really. And then let me just review their docs to see what else I might have forgotten to do. Send a ping every 5 minutes. If we don't receive a Pong, reconnect. We're already doing the listen right away. We have to handle reconnect. We're doing all this. That's most of the work today, was figuring that stuff out. Oh yeah, I should write down how we need a separate OAuth token representing the channel, which is basically one for my own account. So how about extend the server's, actually the overall game's OAuth token management system to support a collection of OAuth tokens. A keyed collection. So the keys could be like chat and channel, or bot and channel, right? E.g. bot and channel. Bot, channel, etc. Okay, and then did I miss anything else? Once we get that stuff set up, I can button that up and just handle everything in Lua. We could just have Lua parse all this garbage out. Well, actually, you know what? I'll probably end up, because it's more convenient to parse the JSON in C++, doing it there and then... So I'll have to know for each message, like you guys are saying, which ones I need to double parse and which ones I don't. And I forgot to say hi to you guys. Inverted golden, yes, operator. So we should probably handle these errors. Right, I need to have better error handling. So, improve pub sub error handling. Right now we just do a diagnostic log. I probably want it to show up somewhere in the admin console. Hi, hi. All right. Sorry, I kind of spaced out there for a second. I think that's it. I think that's all I need to do. All right, so then I have loose ends to work on. The core system is pretty much done, except for I need to refine it now. Oh, I know what else I want to add. So add a front end toggle for the pub sub integration. So right now I have a toggle for the chatbot right here, but I want to have one for the pub sub that's separate. So it could be that I turn them all on, or I might just turn the chatbot on, but the pub sub is off, or I might have pub sub on and the bot off. Yeah. I suppose we don't need this token anymore because we're done testing for now, so revoke that one. And did it get revoked successfully? Should. Yes. Okay, good. I hadn't tested using a token from a different account before. That's why I wanted to test that. Okay. So I'm going to call the main function, the main work for the pub/sub done. I just need to refine it. And then I guess webhooks is next. Webhooks is going to be a little bit more difficult because the webhook requires me to be running a server somewhere that Twitch connects to me and tells me about. But I'll think about how I want to do that later. Let me go raid somebody now. How long has my current task been wrong? Well, I guess it's correct. Establishing code. Yeah, we established it. We established it. Now we're going to raid someone. Oh, wrong file. Current task, please. Winding down the stream. What am I planning for webhooks? I want to get... Hold on, let me find this again. I want to get follower notifications and have the bot know when I'm streaming or not. These two are the ones I really care about the most. Maybe moderator changes too. If the game needs to be aware about who's got moderator privileges and who doesn't. But yeah, these are the main things, because the follows, the subscriptions, and the bits, and the channel point redemptions, if my game does that, then I don't need stream elements anymore. And I can hook my game into a custom overlay and be completely independent with all my own stuff. Not need stream elements anymore. So that's my plan. When am I planning to do it? Probably Monday or Tuesday. So we'll see. Why can't PubSub do these things? I don't know. They should be able to, but if you look there, it's not there. They only have bits, bit badge, channel points, channel subs, chat, and whispers. They don't have followers. They don't have stream start, stream end, that kind of thing. I wish that if it did, I'd be a lot further along. Since they don't, I have to rely on the webhooks, which has the follower stream change state things in there. Yeah. But, I mean, I'll learn something. I've never done webhooks before, and there's this official W3C spec on it that this follows. So it looks like they kind of expect you to read that. Yeah, so I'll probably have to review this spec. I don't mind reviewing specs. I kind of like specifications. Here we go. Here's the general overview. So I'll have to review that later. Maybe we'll do it on stream. Thank you for the follow. But yeah, you saw that follower notification right now. Stream Elements does it. It would be cool if my game did that too. Let's go rate somebody. Twitch.tv. I don't have like bookmarks set up the way I should. So disorganized. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I am yeah, I'm kind of running out of steam right now. My brain isn't working at 100%. So yesterday I rated Adam. Let's rate Chris today, I guess, unless there's someone else. Yeah, we could rate Chris. I like to hang out in his channel. He made the stream parrot overlay above my head. It's made by CM Griffin. We're about to rate him, so please say hi to him. He is a guru when it comes to web dev stuff, so he either knows the answer or knows where to get the answer for almost any question you might think of in web development. Since my game's front end is a lot of web dev, I occasionally do ask him for help, for just knowing what the right thing to do is and where to look up more information for things. So he's a great guy, and we're going to rate him now. Hope you enjoy his stream. I will be back on Monday. My schedule is somewhat regular now. That'll be back at the same time. I just don't stream weekends or Wednesdays. So I'll be back 9:15 a.m., 16:15 UTC. Hope to see you then. And please enjoy Chris's channel. And thank you very much for watching. Bye!